Sometimes you just want a challenge. Hey everyone, I'm PrinceBrightstar, and this is a new character I'm creating in Final Fantasy XIV called Ignores MSQ. As the name implies, I'm basically seeing what it's like to play the game without ever completing any of the main scenario quests. I've got several objectives to complete in this challenge. First, I need to complete each dungeon that can be completed. Second, I need to complete every quest that can be completed. This means every quest that is MSQ locked does not need to be completed, of course. And then lastly, I want to get all classes that can be unlocked to at least level 30, and then take at least one of the starting classes to level 50. Once those are done, the challenge will be considered complete. Why am I doing this? Mostly as an appreciation for A Realm Reborn. You see, when I joined Final Fantasy XIV, I basically rushed as quickly as I could to Heavensward. Patch 3.3 had just come out, and I rushed towards Heavensward, missing the fun of the starting zones. And so basically, this challenge is so I can experience those zones, perhaps not quite as intended, but with a better appreciation for them at least. As for the rules of this challenge, of course, I may not complete any main scenario quests. This means we cannot complete all 3 steps of the first quest and then hand it in to the quest giver. I am, however, allowed to complete at least 2 of the steps, since we're not actually completing the quest itself. This is required for obtaining the return spell, as well as the ability to change classes later on. And for anybody complaining about the return spell, keep in mind I could just easily do the same thing by having my HP reduced to 0 by an enemy. Second rule, I may not purchase equipment. It must either be gained from quest rewards, or dungeons, or via crafting. Third, I may not purchase any items from a vendor if it can be crafted or gathered. Note that this doesn't mean I can't purchase any vendor items at all, especially if it's required to craft something. I just can't buy completed products. Fourth, I can't party up with any other players until I hit at least level 50 and job change. This is so I can't go into a dungeon without a job stone, something that would be greatly frowned upon if we, say, went into the Aurum Vale without a job stone. I cannot party up in the open world, although I am able to participate in ongoing fates, and honestly, that's probably going to be a large portion of this. I have no player market access for as long as possible. And lastly, to facilitate this being a challenge for the sake of seeing what you can do in the game under these restrictions, and not for the sake of it being a mindless grind, I am allowed to create a character on a preferred world and obtain the Road to 90 buff. When I initially conceived this challenge, I thought I would do it on Conjurer, but I realized completing Fates this way would just take forever, and so I switched instead to using Gladiator. Since Gladiator has an AoE attack from an early level, the clearing of Fates should go by a lot faster. So, before we get started here, let's go ahead and talk about what I don't have access to. The big one is Lenosha, since I'm starting in Ul'Dah. This means I don't have access to Marauder, Culinarian, Fisher, Armorer, or Blacksmith. In addition, my class hunt targets are going to eventually dry up. I have no access to Guild Hests, Leave Quests, Deep Dungeon, or Retainers. I don't even have my Chocobo Saddlebag. I also don't have access to most dungeons. The only ones I have that I can complete during this challenge are the Sunken Temple of Karn, Cutter's Cry, Zamail Darkhold, and the Aurum Vale. And I also don't have mounts, which will probably make me one of the first players to use the Chocobo Porters past level 30, or role players, since that sometimes comes up for them. Alright, with all that said, let's go ahead and just hop into the game at this point, because I'm sure some of you are screaming at me saying, wait a minute, you have to at least complete one quest in order to get things going here. Yeah! And you're probably screaming at me, that's a main scenario quest. Well, we'll talk about that in a moment. Once I get past this congested screen, this is just a normal thing of Final Fantasy XIV if you're unaware. When you're logging in, it basically batches players together and then releases them all at the same time. So, yeah, we gotta wait for this here. But then we'll be into the game. We're gonna go ahead and skip the opening cutscene since we're not really caring about the main scenario at all here. We're just basically going out into the world and seeing what we can do here. Here we go. Alright, we'll skip this cutscene. Alright, so, welcome to Ul'Dah, the shining beacon of prosperity rising from the deserts of Thanalan. Please select the control scheme you wish to use. Okay, so that'll be mouse and keyboard for me. And then follow the instructions to move your character. Yeah. We're just going to speak to Wymond here. So, and then, of course, we're going to get all the active help stuff happening here as well. We'll make adjustments later on here to kind of fix things up, because I also like to tighten up my bars usually. Anyway, take a look at the icon that Wymond has above his head. Does that look like a main scenario quest? No, it does not. So, this is what even makes this challenge possible in the first place. It's because this very first quest that you're forced to take is not a main scenario quest. This is actually a side quest of all things. And the way you differentiate these is this has this icon, and in a moment we're going to see the main scenario quest icon, which is called the meteor icon. So, we're just going to go ahead and talk to Wymond here. We'll skip through his dialogue. We'll actually get the challenge going, and then we'll be able to kind of talk about the initial plans here as we go. So, quest accepted. We've accepted a quest. Let's move on. Can't sprint here, of course, because this is an instance instead of the actual zone. Alright, let's talk to Momodi and hand in this side quest. And we will skip this cutscene as well. Alright, and that is the tutorial. And immediately, we are given level 3 here. As I mentioned before, I am on a preferred world, which means that does give me the road to 90 buff here. Again, for the sake of this being an experiment, it's just seeing what we can actually do, not an experiment just purely for the sake of grinding. Alright, so this is the meteor icon, and this is... basically, you're required to take this initial quest, but you do not have to complete this quest. This is how the challenge works. So, we're gonna go ahead and talk to Momodi. We'll skip cutscene. And then we'll close these out here. And now we're gonna go under the journal, and we are going to click this so that this never appears again to us. We are never going to complete this quest. If we ever complete this quest, this challenge is considered failed. Alright. So that's it. We are now free to roam wherever we want to. In however way we think we can roam here. And just by luck, it's raining. You know what, let's go back over here real quick. Let's pick up the Aetheryte on the other door here. Because, we're going to be walking a lot of places, and I do mean a lot of places. We do not have access to mounts in this challenge. Which means, as I mentioned before, that Chocobo Keep over there, we're going to be seeing them a lot, probably. And just for reference, if we wanted to take a Chocobo Porter out, well, first we need to hit level 10, so that's a thing. If we wanted to rent a Chocobo, same deal. So, our first objective here is going to be to hit level 10. But really, what I want to do right now is I want to head around, I want to gather up all the different Aetherites in the city. And we have Wymond over here again. He has a quest. Wymond would like to know what we think of Ul'Dah. So, how are you taking to Ul'Dah, Ignores? Make any new friends in high places yet? Ha! Well, when you have the Sultana's ear one day, I hope you won't have forgotten about old Wymond. Long as you're here, mayhap you can do me a favor and take this missive to Josias at the Platinum Mirage. It's just over yonder, and the man'll even give you some gil for your trouble. If only all work in the city was this easy, eh? So, this is the first part of this challenge, because right now we only have 103 gil, and our gil is going to be extremely limited in this challenge here. Because most players, they get gil from completing dungeons and a whole bunch of other content in the game. We just have quests and a few other things that we can do here. Fates being another thing where we can get gil, and relatively, it's a small amount. I mean, we don't even have access to grand companies in this challenge. So whatever gil we can get early on, that's going to be necessary for us here. Now, we do have 2 quests that are locked to us right now. We have a Worried Weaver. That would unlock Viper. And then we have this one here, which would unlock Samurai. We do need to reach certain levels, so it looks like those can be unlocked once we hit level 50, but it's possible there could be a hidden MSQ requirement behind them. This is one of the purposes of this challenge, to basically verify that you can actually even do these things in the first place. So, this is one of the things that we're doing specifically so that we can get the return spell. Again, this is technically MSQ content, but because we are not completing the quest, we're okay in doing this. It's basically when we go over to the bazaar that we're not going to be we're not going to be completing that portion of the quest. All right, so we just learned the return spell. You know, I'm kind of surprised. I would not expect one of the new worlds on Dynamis to be this crowded, if I'm being honest here. I mean, I know Dawn Trail just launched, but at the same time, you know, a data center that has a reputation for being relatively quiet, this is actually a large number of players here. Granted, my hometown of Balmung, yeah, this is nothing compared to that, but this is still more than I was expecting. Alright, tougher than leather. Tell me, what brings you here, friend? Looking for a bit of work, perhaps? Some small job to add a little weight to that coin purse of yours? Well, you're in luck. The pugilists have just placed an order with me for several of their leather gloves and harnesses they use for sparring. But the traders are cruel, for I find myself lacking the hides required. Would that I had the pelts of a few snapping shrews. What say you, friend, Care to help a merchant down on his luck, Bring me 5 snapping shrew pelts and promise to make me, and I promise to make it worth your while. You can find the creatures roaming central Thanalan. Yeah. Alright, so Pugilist Guild, let's go ahead and hand in this quest over here to Josias. You have business with the Platinum Mirage today. Let's hand over the sealed envelope, a missive from Wymund. Alright then, let's have a look. Bird is barren. Let the hounds feast. So it goes. Oh, this? Well, you see, the guild is often contracted to provide protective services. Unfortunately for this particular petitioner, Wymund's investigation has revealed his finances to be wanting. Maybe adventurers like you don't mind working for free, but we have a business to run. I myself have 4 mouths to feed, so this bird will have to fend for himself, I'm afraid. Alright, and that completes that one. Yeah, like I said, I'm going to have to make adjustments to the active help and other portions here to make sure I'm all set with everything, because this is not the layout I usually like to work with here. Alright, we need to make for the Gladiators Guild, so let's head over there now. Okay, and actually, immediately, I do need to make a quick change here Where is it? Run, walk. We need to change this. Alright, that's already assigned. How about... Yeah, that's fine. We'll do that there, and then... Because I'm just going to be using my mouse anyway for the camera. Where is the one for level sync? Maybe it's under targeting? Shared fate? No, that's close, but not what I'm looking for. Okay, I'll figure out the other part of it later. Okay, so we have Genevieve over here. Ah! What have you done? Your kind has no business to even look at a lady such as I. Such shocking, unbelievable insolence. And now look at how my gill is scattered across the ground. Pick it up right this instant. This is funny. You're actually allowed to refuse this quest, even though you knocked into her. But we need the gill, so let's go ahead and pick up the gill. It's nice that she's actually going to give us gill for even completing this little quest here. Alright, and the last one. My gill, now. And there had better be not missing. The faint aroma of prosperity can be detected on this freshly minted gill. This appears to be everything. What are you still staring at? Are you expecting some kind of reward? The insolence. Yeah, so it doesn't seem like she's giving us a reward, so... Where is this gill coming from? Alright, and as we can see, we have a bunch of quests in here. We're gonna go ahead and speak to Ul'Dah here. Welcome to the Gladiators Guild, friend. Tell me, are you new to the thrills of Mortal Kombat? Well, whether you are or not, you are new to us. If you would take your place in these hallowed halls, you must be willing and ready to undergo the most rigorous training. You must endure cuts and bruises beyond counting, and like as not, far worse. A daunting prospect, I concede, but there is no other way if you mean to take to the blood sands one day. And why wouldn't you? The Colosseum is only the most celebrated place of public entertainment in all of Ul'Dah. Where else could a poor man amass a fortune so vast as to one day allow him to claim a seat on the Syndicate? I don't have a seat on the Syndicate yet. There's not an Ul'Dah alive who isn't inspired by the rise of the self-made man. And there's no truer embodiment of this than the gladiator who wins riches and fame with his sword. Throughout its long and storied history, the Guild has nurtured countless champions. Our training methods are second to none, and our members ever strive to develop new techniques. If you desire true glory, to fight in triumph, midst the roar of 10,000 voices, then this is where you belong, adventurer. Think of it. Think of your legacy, and if your soul stirs, join us. Alright. And that is the last of Close to Home that we are ever going to complete. We are never going to complete this portion over here. Let us speak to Ul'Dah one more time. What will it be? Will you rise above the masses and inscribe your name in legend, or will you resign yourself to mediocrity and die in obscurity? Let's join the Gladiators Guild. A decision you shan't regret. One moment. Make way for Ignores MSQ. Fresh meat coming through. Now then, before your enrollment can be considered complete, You must present yourself to First Sword, Myla. Seek her out and obtain her approval. Alrighty. I heard Lulutsu. So you're Ignores MSQ. 'Tis a good, strong name. And I gotta fix that. Usually I hit the enter key to progress chat, or text boxes like this. On behalf of the Gladiators Guild, allow me to welcome you. I am Myla, Guildmaster here. So you wish to study our arts. I presume you have your reasons for choosing the sword over all other weapons. Perhaps you think it's easiest to learn. A sword is a simple weapon, but to wield a blade, well, is anything but simple. For every Colosseum champion to emerge from our ranks, there have been countless disappointments who failed to achieve greatness. Bear that in mind before you answer me, Ignores, for I do not ask this question lightly. Do you have the strength to live by the sword, and if it be your fate, die by it? Have you the strength to live by your sword? Yes! Then welcome, Gladiator, to your new home. Let's not waste time, shall we? I would gauge your aptitude for the sword. Just outside the gates of Ul'Dah, you'll find plenty of marmots, hornets, and shrews. Slay 3 of each, and return here when finished. A simple task, but essential to your training nonetheless. Now go. Alright, before we head out, though, we are going to pick up the rest of the quests in town, since we might be able to complete multiple at the same time. Have you come to wish me luck? I appreciate the thought, but there's no need to worry. What? You don't know who I am? The next biggest thing that's coming to the Colosseum? Zazariku is my name, and you'll be hearing all about my exploits in the coming days. I've even thought of a title for myself, the Garnet Gladiator. Ah, which reminds me, I have yet to collect the circlet I commissioned from the Goldsmiths Guild. You wouldn't mind picking it up for me, would you? And that gladiator is a little trusting, aren't they? Especially when the Ethernet exists. Anyway. Carried your arse in here looking for work, eh? Well, you're in luck. Just so happens I have a deed which needs doing. Wild ladybugs have been wreaking bloody havoc on the outskirts of town. Something in the air late's made him ornery as an aurochs in what? Ain't much for fighting on their own, but in numbers they're more than a match for any merchant who's seen more days at the teat than he has on the battlefield. Well, what'll it be? Fancy putting down 4 or so of the bloody buggers, or don't ye? Alright. Moving on, let's hit up the Ethernet over here. And then down this way is where we can pick up that circlet for the other gladiator. Although we also have an Ethernet shard right here to pick up. Here's an order slip. Zazariku's circlet. Just a moment, sir. Oh dear, this is so embarrassing. I am afraid crafting the circlet to Zazariku's exact specifications has proven somewhat difficult. We ran out of garnets halfway through our work, and we are still waiting on the next shipment. I hate to impose, but would you explain the situation to Crooked Haft at the Miners Guild? My records indicate that he was supposed to deliver the gemstones yesterday. Mayhap it slipped his mind? And we are being sent around town now here. And as you can see, they also had a quest here, but we're not able to actually unlock that to even do it until we reach level 10. Here we have Bitter Snow. What could be keeping her? My beloved Yellow Moon and I promised to meet at this very spot, but 2 bells have passed and I've nary a word from her. Gods, I hope she's all right. As much as I wish to go off and find her, I simply cannot. What if she were to come in my absence? Please, would you search for her in my stead? It's possible she's somewhere near the Weaver's Guild. She's always enjoyed watching the... By the gods, do you think she's left me for someone more dapper? I try not to look a bumpkin, but I've no mind for fashion. Sure, we'll head over to the Weaver's Guild just as soon as we pick up this Aethernet shard. And we hit up the Miners Guild first. I have a mind to drain a pint, so hurry up and speak your business. She wants how many bloody garnets? 7 hells, man, they don't grow on trees. But more than that, this lad, what fancies himself the next Franz the Fair, ought to worry less about style and more about swordplay. Any road, I'll do my part to ensure the little bastard gets bedecked in all the goddamn garnets he can afford. And if he dies in his first fight, well, at least he'll leave a pretty corpse. Alright, and so from that we're getting some fire shards as well as grade 1 dark matter. That dark matter can come in useful if basically once we're able to unlock the different crafters we have access to. Although we're not going to have access to armor or blacksmith, keep in mind, so we might be limited on that. Let's pick up this Aethernet shard. Oops, moved a little too quick there. And as you can see, we do have some quests available to us in the Weaver's Guild as well here. Something in a cream? Oh, whatever shall I do? This dress, I just can't seem to finish it. Oh, the design is flawless, absolutely flawless. Of that I have no doubt. But I simply cannot settle on a color for the life of me. How would you like to conduct a bit of field research for me? I'm dying to know what color the ladies of Ul'Dah are wearing these days, especially on the hustings strip. And when you're finished, please call on Ul'Dah at the Alchemist Guild. The woman is a wizard with dyes. Have her cook up whatever color you find is most popular. Alright. Yellow Moon? Byragot, be good. Just look at me. This hair, this outfit, they don't match at all. I look atrocious. What was I thinking? Oh, I can't let Bitter Snow see me like this. Maybe that last tunic was best, after all. Or no, perhaps the blue? Bitter Snow is waiting for me? But I haven't anything to wear. And we're getting a lavender. And my understanding is a lavender is something that could be used for a vitality potion, as well as echo drops, which require work with the alchemist. And yeah, I think we're probably going to sell that lavender, if I'm being honest. Since yeah, the stuff for the vitality potion, we can't get that until we go to Korthus. Alright, with open arms. If it is work you seek, the Weaver's Guild welcomes you. Indeed, your timing is impeccable. A soiree is to be held with all of Ul'Dah's elite in attendance. Once the invites went out, the orders came in, and that with a fury. Every lord and lady from Cape Deadwind to the Cinderfoot is demanding the latest fineries. I need hands, and I need them now. I cannot spare the time to go off in search of them. Would you care to aid us, friend? I ask no more than you welcome our doors, any willing souls you may that you might find. Come, let us see how you fare. Show me your warmest welcome. Alright, so we need to welcome him. Excellent. I dare say I would work for you myself. Now hurry off. We need those people. Alright, so there are going to be people outside this, this little room. In fact, we got two right here. So, slash up arrow welcome. Work at the Weaver's Guild. I'd be lying if I said I weren't interested. To whom might I go to inquire further? And the same welcome to you. The Weavers are recruiting? Finally, my chance to become a famous designer. Alright, we got two up here. Or no, I guess... three up here. I appreciate the offer, but I must refuse. I'm all thumbs when it comes to stitching and whatnot. Okay. How about, BB Chew here? Or BB Chua, rather. So the Weavers need help, do they? Sorry, friend. I'm all set for coin. And then we have Lurking Leech here. Weaving work? Take a look at me, friend. I'm a bloody guard, and on duty, no less. Move along now. Alright, let's hand in this quest. I know this looks like all the busy work that a normal player would do when they're starting a new character, but that's because it basically is. And it's because we need the guild, like I said before. You've returned. Well, how fare you? 2 potential recruits, you say? Welcome news. I only hope their zeal for fashion will show in their efforts for the guild. What we do here may seem all silk and satin, to be sure, but the work within these walls is far from easy. In that, I suppose our trade is not unlike any other. Alright, so hey, if we complete one more quest, that'll give us level 4. We do have some targets over here to check out. The most popular color of late? Well, all colors have their merits, of course, but if pressed, I'd have to say red. Alright. Why, any color is perfectly fine for a dress, you silly thing, so long as it comes off easily at the end of the night. What color is in fashion? Well, I must say, I'm just back from Gridania, and I find there's a certain verve to verdant livery. Green, you bloody idiot! Best color for a dress? Well, you know what they say, once you go black, you never go back. Okay, and we have another over here. Yellow. What fairer color than that in the name of the fairest maiden? Yellow Moon. Oh, Yellow Moon, how my heart pines for you. So, both Cordial Spider and the other guy are both pining after Yellow Moon, it seems. There's never a shortage of white dresses on our Ul'Dah ladies. Surely, it is the most comfortable color to wear under this murderous sun. Personally, I've always had a thing for a motley of red and green overlaid with stripes of purple and dark brown. That's an interesting combo. Alright, we're gonna sprint all the way down here since this is a fairly long run. Red ever and always. This is Ul'Dah, my dear boy, where the sun beats on your back with fiery fists, and the sins and sands are hot and unforgiving and everywhere at once. We Ul'Dahs live for our passions, and our lust for life is surpassed only by our lust for lust. Alright, let's pick up this Aethernet shard. You are here on behalf of the Weavers Guild, are you not? Yes. Ethelwine said you'd be along. Well, what color is it to be then? It sounds as though you have 2 votes for red, 1 vote each for green, yellow, white, and black, 1 abstaining, and 1 vote for a motley of red and green overlaid with stripes of purple and dark brown. By no means a resounding victory, but I suppose red it shall be. I have some catalysts I've been saving for just such an occasion. Mark my words, I'm going to concoct the most vibrant red Ul'Dah has ever seen. Alchemy may look arcane and esoteric to the uninitiated, but it is grounded in naught but science and experimentation. Indeed, I dare say it does more to advance culture and civilization than nigh any other discipline. Alright, that's level 4. And that gives us our first combo ability here. Alright, next quest? Yes, yes, yes! At last my work is complete. Mark my words, this formula will revolutionize alchemy as we know it. With just a sip of this tonic, even raging fevers will be instantly extinguished. But I must needs test it, adventurer. While I produce more, I bid you take this batch to Pearl Lane, to a man there named Landbert. He is trusted by the other refugees. Persuade this Landbert to take my tonic and give it to his people. I require nothing in exchange. After all, if it is truly effective, it will be a tremendous boon to the advancement of the alchemic arts, and mankind at large. Alrighty. Now we're gonna make our way back down through the Aethernet over to the Weavers Guild. And now this time we're gonna head out into the shopping area over here. One, because we need to hand over a quest over here. Medicine for the sick? An earthy-smelling medicine created by budding alchemist Ul'Dah. Ha! We're not fools, boy. We know full well what that bastard Ul'Dah is up to. But we'll accept his medicine nonetheless. Look at us. Beggars can't be choosers. Might be as it's a mere experiment to him, but to us it's a matter of life and death. If we've got to choose between this bastard's swill and nothing at all, is it really a choice? And we are getting some shards here, but that's only going to go so far in the end. And now this is our first combo quest here. So, Landbert. Few come here by choice. Actually, this might not be a combo quest. This might just be a quest that was on top of his other quest. Anyway, few come here by choice, and few are still bearing medicine. Your kindness shouldn't go unrewarded. Okay, this is a combo quest. Okay. This vase is important to us, but I want you to have it. It's just some old pottery, I know, but it might be valued by collectors of cultural artifacts. There are men who are willing to pay good coin for such objects. If you go to the Sapphire Avenue Exchange, chances are you'll find one of them. Alright. Oh, that marker! That tempting marker that we are never going to look at or talk to, because that is what will ruin this challenge. Alright, so Cybold has a quest here. Dishonor before death. This is how we unlock Cutter's Cry, but we can't even touch this one until level 35. Welcome, welcome. What might a discerning gentleman like yourself be looking for today? Here's a cracked vase for you. The crack was there before you found it. Honest. Permit me to examine this vase of yours. I hope you did not spend too much coin on this trash. A flood of like items brought in by refugees has destroyed what demand once existed. The markets are fickle, my friend. If you lose sight of current trends, you stand to lose everything, as I once did. Market wards once bore my name, until fate and hubris reduced me to this. For your sake, I pray you do not have to learn this lesson the same way I did. Alright. Alright, there's another quest down here, taking the red. That's for unlocking Red Mage, which we were not going to do at this time. Let us make our way north. And this is going to bring us back over to the Adventurers Guild, which we're going to pass by because we have to actually head to the western portion of the city. And also, it looks like there's another quest over here, so we'll go ahead and pick that up as well. I must have missed this one earlier. Hey you! I saw you looking at me. You got something to say, huh? No? Well, I do. You know Ul'Dah? Short, broke, never pays what he owes? Yeah, that bleeding horseman. Tell him to pay up, or I swear by the 12, I'll beat him so hard, it'll feel like the second coming of Dalamut. If I see that little shite's face, I'll end up pounding him into a bloody pulp, like as not. So you go and tell him. Alright, and that quest is going to take us over here to the south. Oh, gods be good. Golf is goon. Alright, alright. I'll give back every gil I owe, I swear it. But no more beatings, I beg you. Alright. And we've unlocked Storyteller 1 for 5 points on the achievements. Look, I haven't got the gil on hand, but I do have this ring. Ain't much to look at, but it'll surely fetch a high price. Was me dear departed mum's wedding ring. God's rest her soul. But she'll understand. Show it to Mamane over at the ossuary, and you'll get your coin. Alright. Let's hit up this Aethernet shard. And this will allow us to verify that we've gotten everything. No, it looks like I'm still missing one. Where is this? Well, I'm here at the Thaumaturgish Guild. Ah, that's where it is. The Chamber of Rule. Okay, I gotta get that one. Greetings, adventurer. What brings you to the Arzanath Ossuary? One look at this extravagant ring would make anyone question Ul'Dah's mother's taste in finery. You wish to sell this heirloom on behalf of Ul'Dah? Very well. It is most unfortunate when such drastic measures must be taken. And doubly so when the item in question is a fake. And such a gaudy, poorly wrought one. Also, you do know that our appraisals are not free? Normally, this fee is subtracted from the agreed value. Alas, considering the negligible value of this ring, I'm afraid you would still owe us. However, since this is a rather unusual circumstance, we shall waive the fee this once. No need to concern yourself with the bauble. I will personally see to its disposal. Alright, so we have a choice for potion and ether. Given that we're going to be going gladiator, at least initially here, we're going to go with the potion. And actually, I should go ahead and set these on my bar here. In the name of science, I am Erasmus of the Order of Nald'thal, and I am charged with studying the anatomy of this region's fauna and the environments in which they dwell. For the dark art of our order is death itself, and power over death can come only through knowledge of life. One day I shall publish my findings in a single comprehensive volume, The Many Breaths of Thanalan, but there is much work to be done before that day. Aid me, brother. Bring me 5 bottles of marmot blood, and perhaps I shall name you in a footnote. Marmots are hardy creatures that thrive nigh everywhere. You will most certainly find them just outside the city in western Thanalan, by way of the Gate of the Sultana. Do take care. They can be feisty little critters when threatened. Alright, and this quest just unlocked here. How can the ossuary demand such exorbitant contributions every single moon? It's outrageous, I tell you. Don't they understand that a woman has needs? How do they expect me to pay for rouge and sunsilk dresses, and feed my marmot? Oh, if only I had the foresight to marry a more ambitious man. This is all his fault. If he just worked harder and showed some initiative, surely he would be rewarded, maybe even promoted. If things don't improve, it won't be long before I join the beggars in Pearl Lane. Save me from this cruel fate, I beg of you. Speak with my husband, Ubunima, and find some way to motivate him. You should find him at the Colosseum entrance, wearing one of those ridiculous outfits. Alright, well, before we hit the Colosseum, we are going to make our way over to the Alchemist Guild, so we can pick up that last Aethernet shard we need. Honestly, I'm surprised I missed it before. Alright, and we have attuned to all the Aethernet shards, which gives us access to the gates. And we also have access to the airship landing, although we don't have actual access to that yet. Alright, so where is this last quest here? There you are. I'm Bobo Nima. Congratulations, you found the world's worst husband. That is, if you believe that harpy I have for a wife. She never cooks, she never cleans, she just gallivants around spending my hard-earned money, and now I see she's speaking ill of me to bloody strangers. Well, if you're hell's-bent on meddling in my affairs, you can assist me by taking some of these Franz the Fair flyers and posting them on the walls inside the Colosseum. I've got a long night ahead of me standing out here, so I won't be getting to it anytime soon. When you finish, go and tell Wokan at the Gladiators Guild. He should give you something for your trouble. Alrighty, back inside we go. Alright, we're gonna hang up the flyer here. And then there's another spot over here. And that's the last one. You helping Bobo Nima? Well, ain't that charitable of you. Franz has gotten pretty popular of late, and his fans keep stealing these flyers and taking them home as souvenirs. Ah, so you've met Bobo Nima's wife. Now I understand. Sorry to hear you got caught up in all that. If you ask me, they're made for one another. Not that it's my place to judge, mind. Any road, we appreciate your help. Alright. And with that should clear up all the quests we have available in town. Let's make our way over to an Aethernet shard, and let's head outside. We're gonna head for the Gate of Nald. Alright, there's another achievement, although that's actually a pretty quick one to grab. Alright, we got marmots. As well as a huge hornet. That's level 5. And as you can see, we are completing 2 quests at the same time here through those marmots. That's one of them. We need one more huge hornet. And then we need some more star marmot, rather. Alright, let's see if I can figure out how to turn off the active help here. That's actually probably going to be under character now that I think about it. Okay, that's all the marmot blood we need. We do need to find the snapping shrews. Those should be over here somewhere. Yep, I see them. Here we go. Display active help windows. Alright, that should get rid of those at least. Alright, and then we need to get some ladybugs in Western Thanalon. We will pick those up once we head back into town here. and we drop off the quests that we did complete. Okay, there is a quest to hand in over there by the Aetheryte Plaza. Jajakuta. Back already, are you? Come, let us see what you've brought. Here are your shrew pelts. Exceptional. These are fine shrew pelts indeed. Well done, my friend. The Pugilist Guild is among my largest clients. I fear what would have come to pass had this order been delayed any longer. Take this, You've earned more than it. You've more than earned it, rather. Alright. Now we head south. Back to the Thaumaturgist Guild, so we can hand in the quest there. The blood, have you brought it? The erudite Erasmus is convinced this frothy blood of a star marmot will help him better understand the life the now-deceased beastkin lived. Yes, this shall serve nicely. By virtue of your toil, I am one step closer to publishing The Many Breaths of Thanalan. Thank you. Take this as recompense. Go now, and may the traitor smile upon you. Alright, so, we have the choice of a leather eye patch, a hempen hat, or some gill. Since right now we don't have a helmet, I think we're gonna go with that eye patch. Oh, we picked up a Ring of Freedom, apparently. I think that was just given to us as a starting item for creating the character. Alright, Mila. Welcome back, Ignores. I take it you've dispatched the beasts, and with ease? Rest assured there will be far greater challenges to come. If you wish to master the sword, you must test yourself against a wide variety of foes. To this end, I present to you this hunting log. It contains information on creatures ideal for a gladiator in training. You will doubtless gain valuable experience should you seek out and slay them. It is only with such practice that you will recognize and eliminate the deficiencies in your techniques. Your training under me shall continue once the haft sits so snugly in your hand that you cannot imagine holding aught else. Until then, Ignores. And the next gladiator quest will become available at level 5, which we have already reached. And actually, we're about to reach level 6 here. And we've learned Total Eclipse from that. And we've unlocked the hunting log. Ah, Ignores. I take it you and your sword have become better acquainted? Then I will now instruct you on another fundamental aspect of what it means to be a gladiator, commanding an opponent's attention. As gladiators, we are trained to engage enemies at close range, weathering their attacks as we deliver our own. However, there are times when we must do battle alongside allies whose talents are not the same as our own. In such situation, your role is not to slay the enemy in front of you, but rather to defend the man beside you. When you do this by eliciting the enmity of our opponents through attacks and techniques designed to incite their hatred. You must learn to draw the enemy's attention to yourself and to trust in your stout constitution to endure. In so doing, you protect your weaker comrades who would otherwise perish. To better help you understand this, there's a task I would have you perform. It just so happens that Momodi of the Quicksand has requested our assistance. A gang of Lominsan marauders has paraded into town and begun harassing people outside her establishment. Men like these prey on the weak, but will turn tail and flee at the first sign of defiance. You need not resort to violence. It will suffice to show them that you are not afraid of them, and you will not tolerate their behavior. Seek out the Lominsans and make your presence known by bellowing, "Face me, Marauder." In this way, you will protect the people of Ul'Dah as you would your allies in battle. Alrighty, so we are headed back to the Quicksand. Thankfully, I believe we don't actually have to talk to Momodi. Yeah, we just have to point at ourselves and say, me. Also, we have this flustered attendant here. They unlock Reaper. Okay. Alright, slash me. What? You blaming me because this little shite shot in his own pants? Well, bugger him, and bugger you too. You know your friend here, 12 damn cheat, thinks he can charge us more because we're foreigners, but it'll get its own back. Mark me words. Alright. 2 out of 4. Next one is over here. The hells is your problem? Maybe she likes her men rough. What are you supposed to be? Her bleeding manservant? Bah, it doesn't matter. You've gone and spoiled the mood. Alright, last one. Hey, finally the sun is out. Oi, come on now. You was disrespecting me proud Seawolf's heritage. Fine, I'll leave the bastard be, but we ain't finished. Alright, so, we do have to speak to Momodi, it appears. But this will not... No, it's not Momodi, it's, Farmul. Me Poxios, this is your best brew? I'd sooner drink a pint of me own piss than this swill. Right, we gotta do the emote again. Just who the hells do you think you're speaking to, maggot? I'm Farmel the Driven, and me bloody marauders have been reaving so long, mothers scare their children with tales about us. Don't believe me words? Then I'll let me axe do the talking. Oh ho, this is lively, even for the Quicksand. You two going to put on a show for us? What's this? Another goddamn fool? Show some respect when you talk to Farmel the Driven, leader of the troop of bloody murmurers, or some such. Aye, I heard you the first time. Your voice carries quite well. Then, unless ye want me to spit in your skull with me axe, ye better. That sword, it couldn't be. Frenzy? But only the Sword of Nold would... Bloody hells, it's you! You know, I've never been one to stand back and watch. Mind if I join the fun? Begging your pardon, sir. Why do they always do that? Looks like it's just you and me. Standing up to that Leminson was quite brave of you, and quite foolish. I think I like you, Gladiator. Name's Ul'Dah, and I'd buy you a drink, but I'm afraid I just spent the last of my coin. I used to be a young gladiator like you. Back then, but that hardly concerns you. What, you take an arrow in the knee? These days, I'm just an explorer of the unexplored, a seeker of as yet unknown experiences. Like that beautiful stranger keeping my bed warm right now. Gods, I've missed this city. This wonderful desert jewel of debauchery and sin. Now, if you'll excuse me... Alright, now we actually do have to talk to Momodi, but this should not complete the MSQ. I swear, if I hadn't seen Ul'Dah with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it was him. Everyone here thought he died years ago. Listen, Ignores, do me a favor and don't tell Mila about meeting Ul'Dah, alright? She doesn't need this sort of drama. Why? Well, let's just say some folk ain't good for one another. Okay, yeah, no progress made. But we do need to speak to Mila regardless, so... back to the Gladiators Guild we go. I've already heard of your exploits at the quicksand, Ignores. You did well to send those marauders packing. I wish I could have, I wish I could say we've heard the last of them. Alas, we've received reports of axe-wielding raiders assaulting merchants, traveling through Scorpion Crossing. It seems words will not suffice after all. I want you to finish what you've begun, Ignores. Head to Western Thanalan and see that Farmer the Driven and all those who have shared in his crimes never trouble the people of Ul'Dah again. Alright, we are headed to Western Thanalan. And along the way, we have the little ladybugs, as well as star marmots, which are on our hunting log. Alright, that's level 7. That does it for the ladybugs we had to slay. We've got some cactuar down here. And that's the cactuar hunting log done. And we got more quests to do. Before we pick those up, though, let's just take a quick look at what we've actually got to work with at this point. So, we have 10 silver chocobo feathers. Now, these were given to us because we started up on one of the Dynamis worlds here. We have grade 1 dark matter, which can be used to repair equipment once we're able to unlock the crafters, that is. We have a lavender, which really isn't going to do much for us. We have 10 potions. We have 10 animal skins, which could be useful for our leather worker once we're able to unlock that over in Gridania. We have marmot meat, which is not going to do anything because we don't have access to culinarian. Same for the honey. Same for the... actually, the animal sinew I might be able to do something with. And then we have marmot steak, which... it'll give us a little bit of skill speed as well as vitality and direct hit rate, so I guess I'll go ahead and throw it on the bar for now. Alright, and then we have Imeme. They have the quest Where the Heart Is, the Goblet, but let's see. We do have access to it, yes, so we'll go ahead and accept it. Have you heard the news about the Goblet? All that quality land, so desperately coveted, is to be auctioned off to bidders, regardless of their origins. Even adventurers have the right to participate. Just imagine, the entire area could end up owned by wealthy foreign... beg your pardon, sir. It isn't that I dislike adventurers, far from it. But when you consider that Ul'Dah is still struggling to accommodate countless refugees, the idea that this land is being sold for profit is... not surprising whatsoever, come to think of it. Still, the least they could do is give preferential treatment to hard-working Ul'Dahs like me. I've been saving for years, just waiting for an opportunity like this to come along. Say, you wouldn't happen to be curious as well, would you? About the goblet? My hands are full here, so if you've a moment to head that way and look into this auction business on my behalf, I'd be ever so grateful. There's bound to be an Immortal Flames representative by the gates or in the goblet, who can explain what's going on. This wouldn't happen without General Ralban's approval. Of that much, I'm sure. I'm curious if that line changes if you complete Stormblood. Anyway, we've got other quests here. You there, yes, you. You're an adventurer, are you not? Your travel about Eorzea slaying beasts and finding treasure, that sort of thing? I have need of help. I must travel to Horizon where my cargo awaits, but my chocobo, Slugger, won't move an ilm. I've tried to have a closer look, but I saw a vile pair of antennae protruding from his feathers and lost me nerve. I love Slugger with all my heart, but bugs I cannot do. I fear he may have a parasite ladybug that's gorging itself on his blood. Check him up for me, would you? And if you find a ladybug dug in there somewhere, kill the damn thing. Alright, Slugger! Quick, quick! And there is a parasite ladybug. Easily taken out. We have 2 more quests here. You've time to spare, don't you? Make yourself useful and help me find my missing crates. The manifest clearly states that 3 crates bound for East Aldenard Trading Company were included in the latest shipment from Vesper Bay, but I can't seem to find the bloody things. They ought to be around here somewhere, but I can't waste any more time looking. If you find the crates, bring them to me. Alright, and then this one. No. This can't be happening. There's no time to send for more, and no. You there! Please, you must help me. Go kill as many cactuars as you must to gather 4 bottles of their blood. I don't care if you have to hunt the little green bastards to extinction. Please, there's no time to explain. Just know that my very life hangs in the balance. For the love of the gods, hurry, man! Alright. We got a bunch of cactuar over here. We've also got hammer beaks over there, which are hunt targets. And keep in mind, these hunt targets are going to dry up eventually. Especially since we can't get to Lenosha during this challenge. Alright, that's level 8, and we've learned Rampart. Alright, that's the blood of Cactuar. We also need to head this way over to the goblet. Heard about the auctions, have you? You're not the first to approach me this morn. Aye, 'tis true. In an effort to encourage immigration to our great nation, all lands within the goblet are to be set aside for adventurers like yourself. Tragic, some might say, that only adventurers will be permitted to settle within its wards, but such decisions were made by men wiser than I. A beautiful place, the goblet. A man-made oasis, built atop a towering boot. But why bother explaining when you can see for yourself? Just head through these gates and follow the road. If you wish to know more about the goblet, speak with the recruit station just past the entrance. He will be happy to assist you. To proceed with the quest, where the heart is the goblet, you may visit any residential ward within the goblet. And what do you know, most of the wards are completely empty here on Dynamis, or at least here on Kraken, so... if you want to get yourself a house, this is the place to do it. Alrighty. Greetings, adventurer, and welcome to the Goblet. Beg your pardon, an Ul'Dah woman asked you to learn more about the auctions? Oh dear, as you may have heard, these plots are reserved exclusively for adventurers. Since your friend is an Ul'Dah citizen, she is ineligible to participate. Should you yourself have a mind to purchase a plot, pray speak with the resident caretaker. He can guide you through the process. Alright. We will leave the residential district. Alright, apparently Slugger had something else here. Okay. You've returned. Tell me, what have you learned of the auctions? Eh? What do you mean it's reserved exclusively for adventurers? I mean, sure, times are tough, and every nation is scrambling to attract formidable fighters. But what about my needs? What about my 40 acres and a chocobo? Ha! It's just not fair. Alright, we can now teleport to the residential area. Slugger says thank you, and you've my thanks as well. I was sure as sunup it was a parasite ladybug. Must have latched itself on somewhere along the road, but how the bloody thing managed to stay concealed at that size is a complete mystery. In fact, I'm not even going to question it. I'd just like to move on and put this all behind me. If we don't keep our chocobos healthy, cargo won't be able to move over land. We owe these birds a great debt. I wish more folk would see that. Alright. And then Guntram. Have you brought the cactuar blood? All 4 bottles? Show me. Actually, this clear liquid is far closer to water than it is blood, except that is, for the cactuar it is taken from. For him, it is most definitely blood. Phew, you saved my hide, friend. Just stopped to give my cargo a check on the way to Ul'Dah and saw that all my bottles of Radz-at-Han's skin tonic were as empty as a Garlean's promise. Looks as though the lids shook off in transit and the whole load spilled right out. But I refuse to have it said that Guntram failed to make good on a delivery. Cactuar blood is supposed to help keep the skin supple. I'll just use what you brought to fill the empty bottles, and all those lovely Ul'Dah ladies will be none the wiser. Oh, and don't worry about getting found out. Radz-at-Han's skin tonic is still a rare find, all the more so this far south. I'd venture none in Ul'Dah would even know it from an ampoule of their own piss. They tore me from my saddle and took everything I own. Bring my goods back to me, I beg of you. Alright, and then we have the cargo to find here. Alright, we can hand this in. Did you find my crates? Yes, indeed. Items prepared and packaged to ship from Vesper Bay to the East Ul'Dah Trading Company. Great job, friend. These will make the next wagon thanks to you. The shipments never stop coming, day in and day out. Just keeping track of everything is enough to give me migraines. Business is good, true. But what use is money if you haven't the time to spend it? I haven't downed a pint with friends in weeks. Oh, this is a combo quest. Boxes, crates, barrels, lifting, moving, stacking. There's no end to it. I'm tired, so very tired. Say, friend, do a hard-working stranger a kindness, would you? See this letter safe to Kikipu at the Silver Bazaar. I'd call on her myself, but I haven't the time, and I doubt these weary legs would carry me there even if I did. I'd like to send her something nice along with it. Could I trouble you to scrounge up, say, 5 hammerbeak tail's feathers? Gods know you can find the beasts around here easily enough. Kikipu is a dear old friend. She's called the Silver Bazaar home for, well, far too long. There's been ill rumors of the place of late. I'd just like to make sure she's well is all. Alright, well I see plenty of hammerbeaks over here. We've also got caravan sacks. And that's it for Farmel the Driven. So we have Earth Sprites. And those are useful for the hunting log. Alright, that's 3 of them. Alright, that's it for the beaks. Let's grab this Earth Sprite. We're gonna hand this in, and then we'll make our way to the bazaar after that. Also, we're at an even 1,500 gil right now. They tore me from my saddlebag, and okay, that's the same thing you said earlier, pal. Bags such as this one carrying merchandise are always attractive targets for highwaymen and bandits. 12 bless you, adventurer. If it weren't for good men like you, I'd never leave home. Okay, and so this actually sends us back to Myla. Before we speak to Myla, I do want to get one more level under my belt here. I want to push up to 10 so I can immediately accept the level 10 quest from Myla, because I think that then also sends us down to the bazaar as well. So we're actually going to change zones here. Back to Central Thanalan. And we're going to see what other hunt targets there are in the area. Oh, so that brass blade is about to go down. So interesting. There's actually nothing else in the area in terms of quests. In that case, why don't we, real quick, turn our attention to these, sledgehammer beaks. And we'll complete a fate. Because one of the, this is gonna be like one of the only real ways we have to gain experience once we run out of quests. Outside of pure grinding. As you can see, there is one quest available up here. It's available at level 19. It's called Forging the Spirit, and that is related to materia. Now, later on in the journey, there is going to be an opportunity to get a bit more gil that's sort of easy to get. And that's going to happen when we go and visit Old Gridania. The thing is that it's going to be a little bit until we go there, I believe. I think for right now, my plan is to just stick purely with Gladiator for the time being. Maybe we'll unlock the Crafters and the Miner, but we'll see. It really doesn't necessarily matter what order I do things in, as long as I get each class at least up to level 30, and one of the starter classes up to level 50. That's the rule I've set up for myself. And I'm not exactly hurting for inventory space right now. Hey there, Janus. Things are going well here. We're just starting on this challenge here, and this is where we get to see the reality of this challenge here. So, this fate only gave us 14 gil. So, outside of quests, and with fates being the majority of where we're probably going to be getting most of our experience from outside of those quests, yeah, I'm not going to have a lot of gil to work with in this challenge. I got to be really careful in terms of what I buy during this whole thing. Like, I even did some brief testing before I even started this challenge. I tried seeing how much gil I would get from Northern Thanalan in one of those fates, and I think it was under like 100 gil. Or maybe it was just over it. It's somewhere around there. It is going to be really tough getting the gil I need for this challenge, which is why I'm so heavily going to actually have to rely on quest rewards, and then on, if I'm able to even get anything, drops from dungeons and such. I know that Square Enix fairly recently changed how the experience in dungeons work, so I would need to take down a boss to actually get any experience in there. So it's going to be a real question of if I can even get anything. Yeah, if I'm able to, like, even get any gear. I have one idea, but I really haven't done a real test on the idea yet. It's, I'll give you a hint. It's in Zamail, but that's all I'm going to say about it. Alright, this should be close enough whereby handing in the quest to Miles should push us up to level 10 here. Alright, and we also have this one for Wolken here. Back in one piece, are you? It's about bloody time. I admit, you look as though you just picked up a sword yesterday, but you handled yourself well enough, I'll give you that. And here, I'll give you this as well. Ain't worth a night in Ul'Dah's finest pillow house, but I'm sure you'll find a use for it. Alright, so this gives us access to either gloves or gil. And these have better stats than my current gloves, so I'll take them. Good, it is finished, and with that, this stage of your training is complete. This time, your enemies were ill-behaved ruffians, but who knows what manner of opponents you will face in the future. Regardless, I have faith that you will do well. Master your sword, and you shall master yourself. Now then, there will be work for you in the days to come. Return to your training, Ignores. We will speak again. Okay, so we have a new sword coming to us. And then we can either get some boots or a chest piece. I would say getting the chest piece is probably going to be more important at this point here. Alright, that's level 10. And that opens up the Oath gauge, which just means we're able to tank things now. Alrighty. Mila, what do you got next? You look well, Ignores. I hope you are ready for your next task, because I require your immediate assistance. There have been several violent murders recently, the victims of which were all Hyruan men. Based on the multiple spear wounds found upon the bodies of the deceased, we believe that Lancers are responsible for their crimes. Not only are these murderers a blight upon our city, I fear it is only a matter of time before one of our own is targeted. I have just received reports of foreign Lancers skulking about in Stone's Throw. Considering the circumstances, I find it likely that these are our culprits. We cannot abide any more murders. Go to Stone's Throw outside the Gate of Nald and speak with any you find in the area. With luck, we may find these Lancers before they strike again. Alright, so, getting the new weapon that they were going to give as a reward is more important here, so let's head for the Gate of Nald. Alright, and while we make our way over there, I'm gonna go ahead and set this to the simple mode. That way it's out of the way. Don't kill me, please. I'm not the one you want. Alright, here we go. You know, I would at least expect the paddle music to pop up here. Alright, speak with the Gutless Gladiator? Thank you, thank you. They appeared out of nowhere, asked me if I was Ul'Dah at Spear Point. I said no, but they attacked me anyway. What did I do to deserve this? Alright, looks like we can't avoid telling Mila about all this anymore. Now, let's hit up the Aethernet. And back to the Gladiators Guild. So, they were indeed the murderers we sought. But what brought Duskwhite freelancers all the way from the Black Shroud? And why were they murdering Hyruan men with swords? First sword. What is it? Lancers, first sword. A gang of them, hiding in the tunnel south of Blackbrush Station. It seems we're not rid of them yet. Ignores, you might as well finish what you started. Go to Central Thanalan and dispatch the last of these freelancers. Bruce, accompany Ignores. See that he doesn't die. Well, I can't keep the bloke from getting skewered, but I'll patch him up best I can. Ignores. Defend Bruce. He knows powerful healing magics, but he cannot employ them unless you keep all your enemies occupied. Make sure you command their full attention at all times. I'm counting on you to keep those bastards away from me. Watch me back and I'll watch yours. So basically, you're telling me to turn on tank stance. You have your orders, gladiators. Send these freelancers to the 7th gate. Alright, we are headed back to Central Thanalan. And we have a bit of a run to make here, since we need to head for the tunnel up there. Oh, A Realm Reborn. You were, you're the only, portion of this game where there's no music at night. Yeah, that's gonna be, interesting when we actually do have to start doing, some true fate grinds. If it comes to that, that is. There's a chance that we might not have that problem. I really don't know how much experience we're gonna get from, like, all the quests and such we're taking on. Maybe it'll be enough where we actually don't have to do that much fate grinding, but if we get to that point, we'll see. Alright, we are at our destination. And duty calls. I'll go ahead and pop that marmot steak here. And Iron Will. Let's get spinning. Alright, there's the captain. Alright, duty complete. Looks like we're done here. Let's head home, Ignore. I could use a drink. Alright, this is a good chance for us to head over to Blackbrush and pick up the Aethernet shard there. Or, Aetherite, rather. Also, let's see what I'm missing from the log. I need Earth Sprite, and then I need Spriggan. Actually, these are all around here. Okay, teleport learned. Hello, Chocobo Keep. Alright, so if we wanted to head back to Ul'Dah, we could pick one up right here for 15 gil. we're not going to do that. Because I need to take down some of the antlings over here, but not this one. There are some specific ones I need. It looks like I'm not the only one working on these. I'm looking forward to picking up Shield Blob. That'll let me quickly grab enemies and just pull them, rather than me just having to run straight up to them. Okay, that's that. That gives us level 11. I know the Keycurrent are over here, and then there was another down here, I believe. Yeah, the Spriggans should be down by the ruins over here. And then we just need to find an Earth Shard. Or, an Earth Sprite, rather. And again, I'm not going to have a mount during this challenge. I have to walk everywhere unless I hire a porter. Or I rent a chocobo, but I can only rent a chocobo from one of the major cities. Alright, that takes care of the Keycurrent. And let's head south. Alright, now we just need that Earth Sprite, and then we are done with that page of the hunting log. Oh no, actually we need a Dusty Mongrel. That comes from Western Thanalan. Okay. Let's see. I think it might be quicker to get into town from over here, actually, if we head to Western Thanalan. There's an Earth Sprite. And then the Dusty Mongrel should be over here across the bridge. That's level 12. And we've gotten Low Blow as well as Shield Bash. Actually, we got Shield Bash for level 10. Those Pice really want me. Alright, level 13. Largely in part from completing that page of the hunting log. Now we got even more targets to go for here in Western Thanalan and Central Thanalan. But for right now, I want to head back across the bridge. I want to hand in... Actually, we should just go ahead and do return. Congratulations on a job well done, Ignores. Bruce says you acquitted yourself well. You have shown tremendous growth since you joined us, and though it pains me to do this, you have earned the right. Ignores, I grant you leave to join other guilds. As you doubtless know, Ul'Dah is home to both the Pugilist Guild and the Thaumaturgist Guild. However, there are also guilds where you may learn something of more peaceful traditions. You may even join the guilds of other nations, if that is your desire. Know that I will respect your decisions, whatever they may be. As long as you do not forget that you are, above all, a gladiator. Before you head off, I wanted to ask you, Bruce believes the freelancers were out for a bounty. What is your opinion on this, Ignores? Yeah, we really can't hold back anymore. They were tracking a man named Ul'Dah. Ul'Dah? Are you sure that is the name you heard? He's alive? But how? Alright. So, we have a new sword and shield coming to us. We just recently got armor, so we're gonna hold off on getting more of that. We also have a decent headpiece right now. I would say, really the thing we need are the boots here. And at some point, we gotta get pants. Alright, the armory has been unlocked. You can now access the armory system. And that's level 14. So, this next quest is going to open up at level 15. Let's go ahead and get our gear on. Alright, so we're going to head back out to Western Thanalan. And though we couldn't see it before, there is a quest that has opened up here in Horizon. There's also several quests over here in Vesper Bay, but each of these have pretty high requirements. Actually, this one for unlocking the dying system is just level 15, so That one won't be that bad to unlock. This fate is just about done. Giant tortoise. I guess we could give that a try. Yeah, we should be able to finish this off, no problem. And again, we're taking these out because we need them in from the hunting log. So they're going to give us experience. Okay, we have arrived at the Silver Bazaar. Let's speak to the Chocobo Keep. Pick this point up, rather. All right, Kikipu. Well, what is it then? Come and try and scare me and those poor folk off our land again? Go on, do your worst. I'll not budge one step from this spot. Here is a letter for you, as well as some tail feathers. Hammerbeak tail feathers and a letter. Dear gods, it's from Oswell. Have you seen him? Is he well? Dearest Kikuku, it's been too long since I wrote you last. How have you fared since? As ever, I'm a slave to my trade, and sadly it hasn't seen fit to take me to or through the Silver Bazaar in some years. I've heard it told the scum of Ul'Dah have set their sights on your Silver Bazaar. It seems beyond saving. Really, how long do you mean to linger in that horrid hovel? Remember, some birds just aren't meant to be caged. Spread your wings and soar once more, Kikipu. Spread my wings and soar? By the gods, this is by far the most ridiculous letter I've ever read. And Hammerbeak tail feathers? The dolt does realize he's sent the feathers of a flightless bird, doesn't he? Well, Oswell can go bugger himself. I've no intention of stepping one ilm from this hovel, much less soaring from it. It's my hovel, and I love it. Alright, we have a bunch of quests around the area. You've a warm face for an outsider, not like those other curs loitering about the bazaar. Surely you've seen the hammers to the east of here, or at the very least heard them. Well, a few of their workers have decided to drop in on us for a little rest and relaxation. But they're no workers. They're nothing but hired muscle sent to threaten the people of the bazaar and harass our shops. It's not the first time. But I dare say a formidable lad such as yourself just might be able to scare them off with some strongly worded doubts. What say you? Alright. Hey there, friend. I've a sure way into some easy gil, if you're interested. It won't even require you to break a sweat. Well, not much of one. All you need to do is slay enough rusty coblins to gather 4 bottles of coblin grease, and then deliver them to a here by the name of Ul'Dah at the hammers. Once he has the grease, he can use it to keep the hammers running. It couldn't be more simple. I'm surrounded by fools here. They detest the hammers and the new ways of life they symbolize. They care only for the successes of the past, but it blinds them to the opportunities of the present. Change isn't coming, friend. It's already here. I call the Silver Bazaar home for now, but I've no lingering affection for the place. I go wherever there is gil to be gotten. Okay, let's talk to the riled worker. You don't want trouble with me, boy. Piss off. Okay, time for some doubts. Your ears working? I said piss off. Enough already. I'm leaving. But tell that bloody Kikipu this is the end of nothing. You hear? Nothing! You know, let me see if I can fix that thing. Where is it? This was system, I believe. Probably that. And then that should be that. Alright, there should be one of those, workers down here. Yep. You Silver Bazaar folk are as annoying as all hells. I'll give you that. Bugger this job. I'm off to find some peace and quiet. Yep, that fixed it. Alright, let's grab this quest. Please, you must help me. It's my father. Well, he isn't dying or anything. He's a fisherman by trade, you see. But he broke his only compass. He hasn't been able to put out to sea in weeks. The compass is very special. It was crafted by the goldsmiths of Estime's lapidaries. Repairing it will require many chunks of magnetite. Such stones can be found near the lighthouse, but the search is not without its dangers. The area is rife with earth sprites drawn to the magnetism. I'm a lowly fisherman's son. I have no arm for fighting, nor the stomach. 3 chunks of magnetite would serve to mend the compass. Once you find them, please take them to my father, Galfridus. No doubt he'll be dawdling about the bazaar, as always. Okay. I don't see any more of the workers over here, so we'll head back into town. Here are the other workers. Sitting around picking on poor folk. Easiest bloody gil I ever made. And the funnest, too. Alright. Doubt. Persistent little bastard, ain't ya? Fine, I'm on my way. But tell that Kikipu this ain't over. And the same to you. Bah, I was about to leave anyway, so don't go thinking you had any part in it. Are they gone, then? All of them? Well, that's a relief. Serves them right for trying to scare honest folk from their homes so their own masters can buy them. The hammers were built to pound the ground here into solid foundation. The plan is to turn these tracts into manors and manses for Thanalan's wealthy. The same fate awaits the Silver Bazaar. Since the value of the land is set to rise, small wonder some opportunist is trying to drive us all off so he can have it all to himself. The Silver Bazaar may not be what she used to be. Aye, more people leave now than come, and aye, more shops close than open. But it's my home, and I don't mean to be chased off by some bloody gillionaire, craven, who sends common thugs to do his dirty work. Alright, quest complete. Let's head out of here. And we've got the rusty goblin to take care of. I'll grab these 3 for now, and then we'll grab one more after. There's magnetite up there. Alright, that's the goblin grease. Now we just need to grab the magnetite. And we just got an achievement to crush your enemies. I think that one's for taking out a certain number of enemies. Yeah, defeat 100 enemies. Alright, so we have one quest to hand in, and then we have another to hand in along the way. Don't waste your time, mate. Bloody compass done broke on me. Aye, I'll not be fishing this day, nor the next, nor more than like. Alright, an ordinary-looking stone that will adhere itself to certain types of metal. Magnetite? Danielle asked that of you, did he? So, Dad's to fix up the old compass and put back out to sea, is he? Catch a nice haul of fat fish, huh? I've a vessel what's barely seaworthy, and scarce big enough for me alone. I've no crew, no hands to help with the hull. All bloody day at sea busting me arse gets me a few gill at best. Gods, days ain't what they were. Time was ye could scarce count the ships what used to make berth here. There weren't no empty coin purse or stomach in all the bazaar. Small ships ain't got no place at sea no more. Everywhere I go, I'm in the shadow or wake of some monstrous trawler or seiner. The old ways are done. We little fishermen done lost our way. I ain't no fisherman no more, nor much of a father, I suppose. Just a broken man with a broken compass and broken dreams. You could always try ocean fishing, but looks like you got another quest for me here. I appreciate what you did, friend, bringing me magnetite. Gave it some more thought, I did, putting back out to sea and all. But even with me compass fixed, it still ain't got me lucky copper lures. Was waylaid by some goblin muggers a few weeks back, just north and east of here. Thieving bastards made off with all me lures, dozens all told. Must be ye failed some earth sprites to get at the magnetite chunks, am I right? If so, I reckon ye could put down a few goblins and bring me back me lures. Suppose I could make do with just 2 of them. A couple of copper ones should serve for now. Yep, for helping put a broken life back together. Alright, so we're off to tackle some goblin muggers. First we're going to hand in this quest, though. What is it? Can't you see I'm busy cleaning the sand clogs from these hammers? Gods, I'd kill for a few bottles of coblin grease right now. Ask for grease you shall have. It's best if one does not ask exactly how this oil was extracted from a coblin. Coblin grease. Fafanfono must have sent you. Thank the gods for both of you. Before long, these tracks will be covered with the estates of Ul'Dah elite, but the ground is still too loose to build upon. The hammers are pounding to make a solid foundation. Once that's done, you'll see the structures start to rise. The building was planned to stretch even farther, to the heart of the Silver Bazaar even, but it seems the powers that be are being met with some local resistance. I hear that some lass named Kikipu holds the rights to the bulk of the land there. Stubborn to a fault, that one. A bloody thorn in the side. And with that, another quest opened up back at the Silver Bazaar, so we'll check that out in a moment. First, we have goblins to slay. Alright, let's make the run back. It ain't easy to ask, but I'm asking all the same, friend. 2 copper lures to get me back out to sea and put me Danielle's heart at ease. Alright, from its condition, it can be gathered that this lure was gnawed on by more than one denizen of the deep. I'll be damned. Me old copper lures. Never thought I'd see these buttes again. Bloody hells, them goblins sure saw to banging them up. Bah! Ain't gonna be catching no fish with these. Well, that's that. Must be Nald himself telling me to give up this, me sea legs. Might be as there's a new life waiting out there somewheres. Heh, maybe me compass will lead me to it. Born and bred here, I was. Ain't never called no place else home. Times are changing, though. Suppose I could sell off me land to them bloody buzzard prospectors and see what else is out there for me. Alright, so this guy has some gloves, and they're actually a higher eye level. No bonus to the strength or dexterity, so this is just purely extra defense here. And hey, Kiki-Poo has another quest. Those goddamn haulers. Who do they think they are? I paid good coin to... Ah, you there. You're one of those task-seeking adventurer types, are you not? Some wares I ordered from an Ul'Dah merchant arrived, but those bloody worthless haulers just dropped them outside the gate and left. Ain't obliged to bring them any no further, the lazy bastard said. Gate to the bazaar is still the bazaar. Order ain't said nothing about no home delivery. The gall. There are 3 pieces in all. Would you be so good as to bring them to me? Alright, and Kiki-Poo. It's terrible, Ignores. Simply terrible. Please, you must help us. You've already done so much for us. I know, but we are in grave danger. Those fiends have drawn up a fake contract to sale and are trying to use it to drive us from the bazaar. Do you smell that, Kiki-Poo? That is the smell of inevitability. You knew this day would come. You simply chose to fill the interim with resistance rather than acceptance. Brave but foolish. Back for more, Kendrick. How many times must I say it before it seeps into that thick skull of yours? I'll die before I see one ilm of this land fall into your hands. Easily arranged, I assure you. Come, Kiki-Poo, listen to reason. You know who we are. You know our deeds. You've no hope in this. Look at this miserable place, a stain on the map. You resist now, but I swear I will lay waste to these shabby tents and broken buildings. And when I'm finished, I guarantee you will thank me for it. You stupid, foolish man. You couldn't be more wrong. We may no longer boast the visitors or gills of days past, but this is home to me and many more. Our memories are here, years worth of them. Decades. We sweated together when we dug this well. We laughed and drank together in every festival, and we mourned together with each life the desert took from us. That is the Silver Bazaar. That is home. Those memories are what makes this place, and I swear to the 12 above, I'll feed you and whatever masters you serve your own manhood before I let you destroy it. Stubborn girl. No matter. The sale is all but concluded. Look about you. Writs of seizure have already been posted. I'd not think of taking them down were I you. End this futile fight, Kiki-Poo. There are far more of us, and if you are truly willing to die for this place, we're more than willing to oblige you. Ignores, please. The writs of seizure. You must tear them down and chase Kendrick from here once and for all. Alright, let's find these writs. Which are apparently going to lead to combat. Alright, when to go? Alright, we got some baggage out here. Look at Kendrick just looking at us, wondering what we're doing. I thought you might be along. Pity you are too late. The demolitionists are already on their way. Every building bearing a writ of seizure will be rubble within the hour. And here you go, your writ's back to you, an official-looking document detailing the seizure of a specified piece of property. The writs? What have you done? But that means my men... No, that's impossible. The day may be yours, but I will be back soon, and with far more fearsome company. You've made an enemy for life, you fool. I won't be content simply to see the bazaar struck from the maps. No, I will not rest until its name is wiped from every history book in Eorzea. Gods, those oafs better not have damaged my bags. Well, have you found them yet? Here are your bags. The piece is quite warm from having sat under the Thanalan sun. Hopefully there is nothing perishable inside. Let's see. Yes, and yes. Excellent. Everything is accounted for. These bags contain garments from sun-silk tapestries, though each is flawed in some way. In Ul'Dah, even a minor misthread is enough to turn the most luxurious gown into fodder for the furnaces. Not here, though. So long as the garments bear a famous name, the souls of the Silver Bazaar have no qualms with quality. Yeah, they don't let you strike them down. That's for certain. Times used to be better. We were never driven to such lows, but Gil is harder to come by now, and more so with each passing day. All that's left to this bazaar are overly proud souls with underly developed tastes. Everyone clings to the glories of the golden past, yet none make efforts to reshape the dismal present. I pray that this damnable bazaar someday sinks beneath the sands that strangle it. The sooner the better. Alright, you are offering boots. But I have better boots already. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and grab the Gil instead. So, Kendrick is gone for now, is he? That's certainly the brightest news we've had in a while, though I can't help but wonder about the more fearsome company he threatens to bring. I've never had a way with words. Bloody, paltry things, but we would like to thank you, Ignores. You've not just saved the Silver Bazaar, you've saved me. You've saved who I am. I see now that I'll have to maintain constant vigilance to keep my home from harm, but it's a vigil I welcome. I'll stand up to any threat that comes through that gate. And we'll stand with you. Fafa, no. Didn't you just say that you wanted to see this place sink beneath the desert? What are you... Saw what you did for us. Having Ignores here chase off Kendrick and all. It's true. There ain't much here worth fighting for, but it's home, goddamn it. And I, for one, ain't ready to give up on it just yet. Aye, this is home. And even if there's nothing left but sand and cracked stone, then I say we build something, right here, together. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. And most of all, thank you, Ignores. There are no more fine garments of gold spun and brocade here. No more bustling port with ships full of cargo and fish. But the better days live on in our hearts. We are the Silver Bazaar, and it is us. Our memories, our past, our history. That is what makes this place. So long as we remain, so too does hope. You've taught us what it is to defend the home we love, And from now on, we'll do no less of ourselves than you've done for us. We'll do no less for ourselves than you've done for us. I have a final favor to ask of you. This letter, I wonder if you would deliver it to Momodi for me when you next visit Ul'Dah? She and I have been friends for many years. Let her read my words, and she'll be able to give you the reward I cannot. Okay, Momodi. So, before we head back to Ul'Dah, we do have some quests available to us over in Horizon. And I do want to pick those up. Plus, there should be some hunt targets over in this area as well. And so we shall run to that town, because we have no mount. Technically, we wouldn't have a mount at this point anyway, since usually that doesn't unlock until, I think, level 20. Oh, and here's the last of the giant tortoises I need. Alright, that's level 15. And that means this quest over here has unlocked for us, so we'll also be making a visit to Vesper Bay as well. But yeah, we're making good progress so far. Now, of course, eventually I do expect the quests to dry up. We'll see when that actually happens here. It's just a question of when is that actually going to happen. Is that going to happen, once we get into, like, the level 20s or 30s? For their eyes only. Greetings, adventurer. If you have a moment to spare, I have a proposition that's guaranteed profitable and legitimate both. Tell me, do you know what a Peist is? It's the scalekin that look like a snake, except it gets around on 4 legs. The creatures are wont to petrify their prey with their dreadful gaze before moving in for the kill. I want to get my hands on their eyes of the serpent, they're called, and I need someone who knows how to handle deadly wildlife to do the procuring for me. If you could slay some of the beasts and bring me 4 of their eyes, I'll see to it you're well rewarded. Okay, and then Fufalupa, what do you got? Most dire happenings are afoot. A most grave and treacherous trespass, some unprincipled knave has been filching supplies from the storeroom. In order to apprehend this morally challenged rapscallion, I have procured 4 iron leg traps. To be completely honest, however, I'm not entirely certain how these things work. Would you be so kind as to set them for me? Once you're done, please report to my fellow brass blade, Chetchazan. He'll want to know that his traps are being put to proper use. Let's pick up this aetheryte. Ah, so the chocobo keep over here. Alright, let's lay these traps down. Deadly trigger activated device that Fufalupa wishes to use to catch a bandit. Alright, dear Brass Blade. You've set those traps up for Fufalupa, have you? Excellent. Perhaps now we'll see who... Those balls in a knapsack. Are those my leg traps in front of the gate? A traitor's chocobo could step right into that and lose a foot. I better disarm those things before someone important is horrifically injured. Yes, I know you were just following orders. It's Fufalupa, you see. He certainly means well, but disaster follows the man like a behemoth chasing a butterfly. Alright. Now, all of our accessories are actually pretty good compared to these. So this is going to be another case of grabbing the bronze pieces here. Alright, we have to take out the pice for the hunt log. And then there should be something else in the area as well for the hunt log. Or actually, no, I don't need them for hunt log, I just need them for a quest here. But there should be a hunt log target around here somewhere. Yeah, here we go. Bombs and copper goblins. Alright, that's it for Copper Goblin. Just need one more bomb. Alright, that's level 16. That's 4 eyes of the serpent I want. Slay as many pice as it takes to procure them. Here are your eyes. Quite literally an eye of a serpent, sought after by goldsmiths and jewelers across the realm for its ruby glow. The eyes. My thanks, adventurer. What do I mean to do with these things, you ask? Why, sell them, of course. They may not look like much at first, but if you dip them in an alchemical concoction, they transform into beautiful red gemstones. And these gemstones happen to fetch a handsome piece in Gridania. Pice aren't found in the Black Shroud, you see. As a merchant, it's my job to know such things. Okay. So again, these are low. These accessories don't do much for us compared to what we currently got. And just for reference, when the game, at least when I joined the game, I don't remember the accessories that came with your character being so lucrative. I remember them being more like maybe they had a single stat on them, or maybe you didn't even have any at all. So we'll go with the bronze piece this time. And that's Storyteller 2 for 10 achievement points. Alright, so we're gonna make our way over to Vesper Bay. Actually, we do have a hunt target right here, so let's take them out. There's no point in holding on to the hunt log, since each class that's able to fight is able to get its own set of hunt logs. No, I don't believe the Hall of Novice is available out... Well, actually, that's a good question. Huh. Is the Hall of the Novice available outside of the MSQ? Because I know that, you first run into it when you're getting close to your first dungeon in Sestasha, but, I don't know if they'll actually accept you into the quest line. That's a good point. I should check that out, because that could actually give me a set of gear then. Alright, we got thick shells over here. Let me go ahead and grab those as well. I'm targeting... that's another setting I need to change, I'm sure. Alright, that's level 17. We will find out about the Hall of the Novice when we get back to Ul'Dah. We can't get to the actual Hall of the Novice, because that's over in Lenosha, but we might still have access to the instance version of it, though. Okay, so color your world. Now this will give us 1440 experience, so this will still be worth it. You there, yes, you, the decisively unfashionable adventurer. Gods be good. Never in my life have I seen such an unapologetic focus on function at extreme cost to form. The mere sight of you fair makes my eyes bleed. As a lover of all things aesthetically pleasing, I cannot in good conscience allow you to continue roaming the realm in that sorry state. I believe your appearance can yet be salvaged through the use of color. I will teach you how to go about dyeing your outfit, but first I must have a drink. The heat has given me a vicious thirst, and I won't be able to talk for any length of time. Be a dear and buy me a bottle of orange juice at the stall by the northern gates, would you? Once I have moistened my throat, we shall see to the business of remedying your appearance. And then you have another quest here, if I had a glamour. Oh dear, 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 this will never do. My sense of aesthetics simply won't allow it. How can you go out dressed like that? My dear, if only you'd spare a thought for style and coordination. I hope your garb holds up during a scuffle, because there's little else going for it. That's it, I've made up my mind. From this day forth, I'll take it upon myself to save you from any more fashion disasters. Let me see. So much that needs to be addressed. Where to even begin? Be a dear and get me a drink. I'm feeling rather parched, and this is a matter best discussed over a glass of something cold. Just go to the Piste and ask Falkland. I'll have some blood orange juice, and tell her to make sure there's no pulp in it. Now, off you go! Alright, so from this merchant we need orange juice. So, the thing to keep in mind, I do not have access to Culinarian. So since I do not have access to Culinarian, I cannot craft orange juice. And so this is an NPC purchase that would be allowed as per the rules. Pray tell, have you brought my orange juice? Lest you have forgotten, the merchant who sells it can be found just inside the northern gates. Here's your orange juice. Phew, that's a relief. Finally, I can teach you how to bring color into your life. Listen well. There are handy items called colorants, which allow folk to dye their outfits a veritable rainbow of colors. These colorants are so simple to use, adventurers have no excuse to be fashion unconscious. Lest you worry that dyeing will affect your garment's precious properties, you may rest assured it will not. The practicality you adventurers love so much will not suffer for the change in appearance, a change for the better. It should also gladden you to know that garments can be dyed repeatedly, so there is no fear of getting locked into one color. The garish pink that seemed like such a wonderful idea after a dozen glasses of red can be undone. And that is all you need to know about dyeing gear. Now, what are you waiting for? Get out there and bring some color into your life. Alright. So that is the dye action. Oh, Swergim sent you, did she? That woman. I've never known anyone so lazy. Would it kill her to come and get it herself? Here you are. You shouldn't let her push you around, you know. Give her an ilm and she'll take 'em home. Alright. Here is the second portion of this. So how's that drink coming along? Blood oranges can only be grown in certain climates, making them highly sought after. Oh, delicious! Nothing better on a hot day. Some say I have expensive tastes, but life's too short to settle for second best. Of course, this extends to my choice of wardrobe, too. Now that I'm feeling refreshed, shall we get started? Do you know, dear, you'd look a lot less drab if you knew how to apply glamours. What's a glamour, you ask? Well, they use a glamour prism as a catalyst to project the image of one item onto another. It's just an illusion, mind, but very convincing. This means the original object stays essentially the same. It just takes on a new appearance, that's all. Remember, if you fancy a change, you don't have to stick with the same glamour. Just apply another on top, or use a glamour dispeller to return the object to normal. Why sacrifice style for such humdrum trifles as durability or protection from bodily harm? Limitless possibilities for self-expression are just a couple of glamours away. Go ahead, give it a try. And do make it quick, dear, for my sake. I'm finding your uninspired attire more and more offensive with each passing moment. Alright, glamours are now available. And glamour dressers and in-rooms are now available. But I don't have access to in-rooms! You may use dressers to transform items into glamours and create ensembles for quick and easy use. Looks like you got one more here. Absolutely glamorous. This is for Disciple of the Hand, so when we get to leveling those classes up, I will need to make sure to return to this area. You have a crafting tome vendor. This is for converting the old prisms into the stuff that was introduced a few years into the life of the game. Okay. You know what? Just real quick, before we talk to Tatafu there, you might be asking, can't we just take the boat to, Lenosha? Well, let's talk to the ferry ticketer. We apologize for the inconvenience, but services to Limsa Luminsa are suspended until further notice. So, to answer your question, no, you can't even take the boat to Lenosha until you progress the MSQ. Alright, Tatafu. Well, this is a pretty kettle of fish. You'd think Rogadin would be too damn big to get seasick. Oh, adventurer. Yes, you there. Looking for work, perchance? Name's Tatafu. I'm a merchant just back from Limsa Luminsa, and I'm in a spot of trouble. Hired this big lug to make the deliveries, but what I got instead are a couple of chum pails badly in need of emptying. Can't let that stop me, though. Not gonna lie, the fisher out in Crescent Cove needs what I've got. And though this even though this upchucking good-for-nothing will be up and about by tomorrow, Nanalai isn't like to stand the wait. Alright, so that's going to take us to the southeast. Before we head there, though, real quick, we do have some quests over here. So, Braving New Depths. This would take us to the Sunken Temple of Karn. And then going for gold, this takes us to the Aurum Vale. Both of these are not available yet. And then we've got Alen over here. Trauma Queen. So, this one would take us over to Lenosha, which means this particular quest is impossible to complete, and as such is not required for this challenge. But I did want to come over here to these bloated bogies. These guys are part of the challenge log, so I do want to take them out. am a little bit under-leveled compared to these guys, so that's why I'm missing so much. Alright, that hunting log is done. Is there anything else here? Rotting Noble is in Eastern Thanalan. Eastern. There's some stuff in Central Thanalan I need to get. Okay. So the plan is we're going to go ahead and hand over these 2 sacks to Nana Lai. First, we're going to talk to the Chocobo Keep here just for when we need to come back here in the future. And then, once we talk to Nana Lai, we'll see where the next step of this quest takes us. And then from there, we should then be able to do a return and head back to Ul'Dah. It isn't here yet. Should be, but isn't. Alright. This oversized sack of goods intended for Nana Lai seems to weigh nigh a tons. And then this one, a tiny sack of such trifling weight that one wonders if it contains anything at all. Ah, you've got my delivery. You've got it. This sack's got some heft to it, it sure does, and it should, too, being full of soil. What will I do with this soil? Put it on the ground, that's what. The litter bag you gave me is filled with seeds. It's time for some farming. Calamity's done made the fish stay away from these waters, so if we don't farm, we don't eat. But there I go running my mouth and near forgetting the business. Got the gill for Tatafu right here. Tell her I'm much obliged. Alright, that's gonna send us back to Vesper Bay. Just about done here. I believe this is the last quest of the area. At least for now. Tatafu. Swiftly done. Was the fisher satisfied with his bits of land? A healthy sum to cover the cost of soil and seeds purchased from Tatafu. Ah, the payment, is it? I guess he was satisfied. Thank you. Let's see here. Yan, Tan, Tether, that's everything. Can't rightly say I feel easy in my mind about this. Fishers have little enough gil as is without squandering it on Lenosian dirt. Though, what do I know, eh? The farmer in Limsa I got it from said it'll give the cove's thin soil the boost it needs. So hey, maybe they'll at least have a fighting chance. Got to have hope, right? Here, that's some leftover seeds for you. If you come into a bit of land in one of those adventure districts, go on and set up a vegetable patch or two. Yeah, I haven't done any farming myself, but it makes sense, Rooks. Alright, looks like that's everything in the area, so let's return to Ul'Dah. First, we're gonna go and talk to Momodi. What's all this, then? You got something for me? A sincere note of thanks from the sweet-voiced Kiki-Poo of the Silver Bazaar. A letter? Now, who would think to... Kiki-Poo! Haven't had word from that old gal in ages. How's the dear doing? Let's see here. Uh-huh. That's Kiki-Poo, alright. Time was I used to call in at the Silver Bazaar quite often. This was back when it was still the busiest hub in Thanalan, mind you. Old Kiki-Poo and I used to stay up till dawn talking about, well, whatever girls do. Kiki-Poo is the very heart and soul of that place. Hells, even most folk here in the city still remember her name. Breaks my bloody heart to hear her and them good folk were nearly forced from their land. Dirty business, that. But I'm not to the point of worrying just yet. I'd wager Gil to go boop-poop. The Silver Bazaar will be rallying back to its former glory for long. In any case, I thank the 12 you were there to help them. Here, for you, on behalf of Kiki-Poo and the Bazaar. Do we have a choice of a ring or a ring? Both of these, once again, lower quality than what we got currently, so bronze pieces it is. Now, to answer the question about the Hall of the Novice here. Greetings, I am one of the smiths, a stoker of fires and forger of futures. As a dedicated member of the Adventurers Guild, I've been entrusted with the task of providing assistance to new adventurers. Well, well, the mantle of adventurer does not drape so awkwardly from your shoulders as it once did. But while questing alone certainly brings its own rewards, you haven't truly adventured until you've delved into some darkened dungeon, stalwart comrades at your side. Ancient ruins, echoing caverns, and all manner of deadly places lie hidden across the realm, and these are best conquered in the company of trustworthy allies. And such advice holds true for many a formidable foe that would crush a solitary adventurer. How one fights in a party, however, is often drastically different from how one fights alone. Thus did we construct the Hall of the Novice, where we endeavor to prepare you for those differences. The hall can be found just north of Aleport in western Lenosia. Within its walls, we offer burgeoning heroes a bevy of training exercises. Step into the flames, my friend, and forge the skills you shall need for the morrow. Hall of the Novice membership granted. You now have access to the Hall of the Novice. Register for training exercises by speaking with one of the smiths. I had no idea that this was going to be accessible. Okay. Alright, well, this will give us a set of gear then. Alright, so this is gonna take us a little bit to get through all this, but this will give us a set of left side gear. Good call there on that, Rooks. I would have thought this would have been locked behind the MSQ. Now, this is just going to be level 15 gear, ultimately. But yeah, this will still be some necessary upgrades for me. Well, it's kind of hard to avoid a home gang here. All right, duty complete. Alright, we're just gonna skip through this since this would have come up also during normal play as well. Item level 17, I'll take it. Oh, that's also giving me experience? How much? 2,880, okay. No, I don't need to do repairs. I need to talk to the smith. According to my records, you have yet to fully complete your training. You are under no obligation to finish the final exercise, of course, but there is much to gain and not to be lost in the attempt. Alright. Here's number 2. So this exercise, they're talking about tanking. You say that, but honestly, Total Eclipse is going to be best when dealing with a bunch of enemies at the same time. Or when Hall of the Novice came out, technically Flash was also a viable thing. Alright, so, really, this is a practice in combos. All right, duty complete. Alright, next one. Alright, so we are being partied up, but keep in mind, I said earlier in the show, the rule was that I cannot party up with other players until I hit at least level 50 and job change. So this is technically allowed. Alright, that one is done. And we got boots coming to us. Or sabatons, I guess. I wish there was a way to skip what they were saying there. Alright, so we need to use Total Eclipse to build Enmity. Alright, duty complete. Alright, exercise 5 is next. Get this underway. I'm trying to remember how many exercises Gladiator had. I think it was like 7 or 8. So this advice is actually wrong. You do more damage by using Total Eclipse than doing your combo. At least until there's only 2 targets left, then you want to do the single target combo. Hey, we finally got new leggings! The following class quest must be... Okay, so we have to complete a class quest first before we can take on this exercise. Alright. Then let's go speak with Mila. Hail, Ignores. You've come at a good time. I have another task I wish to assign you. The Immortal Flames and Brass Blades have both requested the Guild's assistance in maintaining security at Camp Drybone, a vital outpost along the Royal Algan Subway. The Ul'Dah have been raiding caravans with reckless abandon, creating a significant disruption in trade. Ul'Dah has a long troubled history with the Ul'Dah, so raids are not unheard of. However, this recent escalation must be addressed. Go to Camp Drybone and search for these raiders, Ignores. I've already dispatched other gladiators to patrol the region, so I suggest you speak with one for more information. Alright, so we're off to Camp Drybone. That sends us to Eastern Thanalan. We have hunt targets in Central Thanalan to look for, so we're gonna head outside the Gate of Nuld. And it is a long walk we have to do. So let's see what we've actually got here. So we have Cactuar in the clutch, and Quiveron Guard in the clutch. And then everything else is in Eastern Thanalan. So, the clutch is over there. And again, we're running pretty much everywhere right now because I've only got about 3,200 gil to my name right now. And it's going to be hard getting gil. Now, if I remember correctly, one of them should be up here, I think. Yeah, there we go. Alright, that's level 19, which means we have one more stop to make here. Hey there, Shuraguku. Thank you for tuning in. Right now, we're still kind of early in this no MSQ journey, but we're at least making progress here. But yeah, we're going to be able to meet up with Mutamix in just a few moments here. Mutamix is who teaches you how to obtain materia. that's another hunting log done. So let's make the run over to Mutamix now. At least I think it's Mutamix. Oh, and somebody left an A rank out here. There's no way we're taking that thing down right now. Not that I think we'd even get anything from it now that I think about it, because we don't even have access to the hunts, let alone the Grand Company. Okay, yeah, there's Mutamix over there, but it's Swinbros we need to speak with. What would you say if I told you that inanimate objects can possess a soul? They can, believe it or not. Although the soul in question is not their own, but that of the owner. Through faithful service, the arms and armor that we use come to hold our spiritual energy. Thus do we form a spirit bond with them. This spiritual energy can be drawn out and converted into materia, a special kind of crystal that can be attached to gear to enhance its properties. I am well versed in the ways of materia extraction. If you wish to learn more about the process, it would be my pleasure to teach you. You are ready to commence your learning? Good. As you will have gathered by now, materia is the crystallized form of one's spiritual energy. As this energy is derived from an individual's psyche, a volatile beast at the best of times, a degree of variance is to be expected in its production. In practice, this means that you won't know the exact properties of a stone until you cradle it in your hand. Now, materia won't grant you much of anything on its own. Its power must be tapped, see, and this is achieved by melding it to gear. Know, though, that it takes the deft hands of a craftsman to meld materia. You can always seek others to attach materia on your behalf, but if you would sooner do it yourself, I recommend you speak with Phobos. Melding is her field of expertise. If you wish to remove materia from an item, highlight its icon and select Retrieve Materia. There's a chance that the materia will be salvaged. Alright, so with that we got some Grade 1 Dark Matter and materia extraction. Alright. And just for reference, our spirit bond with the Oreg breaches was only at 5%, so not even close to what we need to get any materia. Mutamix here. Uplander wants to remove materia. Uplander need, but Wedgie pry it off. If Uplander is lucky, materia not become bitty bits. Okay. So right now, Mutamix is not offering their materia shuffle. That is a thing that basically allows you to put 5 pieces of materia in and get 1 back. That is not of the type that you put in. And then Phobos, Waking the Spirit, they require a Disciple of Hand that is level 19. So we're going to come back to that later. For the time being, we're off to Eastern Thanalan. So once we're in Eastern Thanalan, we have several hunt targets that we can take on. The Tuco Tico, the Maltragos Billy, the Vandalous Imp, and the Rotting Noble. And then, of course, we have to complete the quest for Mila here. And then I'm sure Drybone is going to have its own set of quests as well. And what do you know? We got Tuco Tuco over here. Alright, that's level 20. And stick them with the pointy end too for 5 achievement points. And yeah, take a look at the quests we have. We have a couple here in Drybone. We have, looks like one up by the church, and then one over by the Golden Bazaar. Not to be confused with the Silver Bazaar back over in Western Thanalan. And here's one of the hunt targets we're looking for. Alright, so this is for Mila. Get down, they're still here. And here we got some Amalja Ravagers. Don't worry, brother, I'll be fine. Though maybe not when the first sword is done with me, eh? Go and tell her that the Amalja are dead. Leave the merchant to me. Alright. So we need to take care of a couple of billies over here. That's one. And then the last one is over there. All right, we're gonna head for Drybone. I was trying to say Drybrush, but that wasn't right. I want to get the Aetheryte, and then I want to start picking up quests in the area. But we're going to return back to Mila first before we do anything. since technically they have a second quest available for us now when we get back. That on top of what we still have to do for Hall of the Novice and everything else. Looking for a bit of work, are we? Well, it just so happens I'm looking for someone to put down some mongrels, 7 of the beasts. The bloody things have nearly overrun the area to the southeast of here. They attack the locals, livestock, that moves. You needn't show the foul things any mercy. Ah, you come to grieve, sir? Have you lost someone dear? Ah, I see. Simply another adventurer come to our outpost. Well, in that case, I've an adventure for you. What say you make for the plains to the east and carve me up 5 cuts of sirloin from the Myotragus nannies? We're tending a wounded man at the inn who is close to death. We would like nothing more than to give him a feast of nice, juicy Myotragus sirloins for what might well have been his last meal. Or what might be his last meal. Once you have the sirloins, take them directly to Sister Zozoru at the inn. Alright, next, we need to find the Chocobo Porter. I think it's up top? Yeah, over there. Alright, now we're gonna head for the church. Be welcome to the Church of Saint Adama Landama. I am Sister Erel. I gather you are on no pilgrimage. You look to be an adventurer, so, if so, might I impose on you to help tend the lich yard while you are here with us? The graves here far outnumber we who keep them. Alone we cannot possibly do all that needs to be done. Would you see to gathering up the old offerings currently laying about outside? I made note of at least 6 during my last rounds through the yard. You have troubled yourself to come all this way. I wonder if I might not trouble you a bit further. As you well know, we keep a lich yard here. The scent of death's decay draws blowfly swarms, which are as unclean as they are unwelcome. Slay 5 of these pestilent swarms, and the church will be in your debt. Interesting. A certain person hasn't arrived yet. Alright, you know what? They're right here, so why not? just about done with the blowfly swarms. Keep in mind, there's also all the low-level quests that are available in the Black Shroud that we still have to go through as well here, as part of this challenge. So, the way things are looking right now, we might actually be potentially into the level 30 or so before we actually run out of quest experience. But we'll see. I could be wrong. Alright, so that's the old offerings. And the buzzing. Were you able to gather the old offerings? Here you go. This show of respect to the recently deceased is almost as withered as the corpse it now accompanies. Thank you. Would that there were naught else to be done. I must see to collecting the weathered vases, urns, and ewers before long. The dead sleep soundest in a tidy grave. I have no shortage of work to offer, should you care to take it. Speak to me again whensoever you feel so compelled. Well, you have an offering, so... So, you wish to honor the dead once more? Excellent. Make offerings of these Nemea lilies at some of the simpler graves in the Lich Yard. The poor souls died alone, you see, with no one left to grieve for them. There are 5 such graves scattered about the Lich Yard that I would have you tend to. And remember, my friend, mind your surroundings and pay the proper respect with each bundle of lilies. You're all they have. Okay. Thank you, friend. If the swarms were to spread their pestilence at the church unchecked, before long we would need to mourn in the morning. For the time being, at least, the grieving can pray in peace for their dead to cross over safely. Thal bless you. Okay. Oh, also, you have a quest. You're one of them venture folk, ain't you? I'd be much obliged for a little help. I'd like to make a tombstone for my kid sister what passed, you see. But I ain't got the gil to get it done. I hear there's nice rocks for the taking a ways from here, but I ain't old enough to fend off no wild beasts or such. Was hoping for a bit of cloud marble. She really would have liked that. Crops right up out of the ground to the east of here, they say. If you could find a bit and see it to Brother Esmore, me and my sis be ever so grateful. Alright, we'll take care of the graves here, but I do want to get over to the Golden Bazaar as well. Let's see, use? Even during the daytime, there are periods where there's just no music. It's very different from how things are in the later expansions, that's for certain. Once more, you have my thanks. No, no doubt the souls of the departed can take some comfort in the care you have shown their graves. In days gone by, the Lich Yard was a small, humble plot, but that all changed after the calamity. The dead grew in number, and so the yard grew with them. It is still simple, despite its size. Of course, it's the self-same simplicity that keeps it from becoming more of a priority for the Order. We can ill afford to assign adequate numbers to its keeping, just as we cannot charge the poor to bury or be buried. Yet that does not stop the many who come calling to see their dead put to rest here. Those few of us who tend the yard haven't the time to see the offerings our piety demands. The simple graves you visited belong to those who died alone. Let us pray the sweet fragrance you delivered grants some modicum of relief from their lonely solitude, if even for a short while. Alright, that's level 21, and, I mean, Realm Reborn has its flaws, but a lot of them are just simply because, the team at Square Enix was rushed to get a Realm Reborn off the ground, or, you know, they could have potentially lost the franchise. So, they had higher priorities at the time than, making the game absolutely perfect. I agree. There are things that could be fixed up. They've in the past actually made significant changes to the MSQ, cutting down on some of the needless runaround. Or at least that's what I've heard. I haven't actually done like a full run-through of the MSQ since the last time they made changes, including changing several of the dungeons to kind of shorten them and also make the mechanics a little easier, specifically for the reason of NPCs can't really do mechanics. So, yeah. Alright, we're gonna head up the Golden Bazaar over here, then we're gonna take care of 2 hunt targets that are over here, and then we're gonna return back to Ul'Dah. I thought miners were hard and rugged souls. I had no idea they could be so craven. You look like someone who can handle himself. Care to kill some pests for a Lalafellan laden? I'm supposed to be leading a dig among the ruins east of here for mithril deposits, but once the miners I hired saw the vandalous imps in the area, they all turned tail and fled. Slay some of the bloody buggers for me, would you? 4 dead imps should keep the others away and put the miners' minds at ease. Alright, so here's the Vandalist Imp. We need to go into here. But yeah, the reason I want to head back to Ul'Dah is also just simply because Mila is going to give us a stronger weapon, and right now we're just using an item level 10 weapon here. So that'll put us up to something like item level 15 or something. There's a rotting noble we need to take out. These guys have a tendency to swarm, so I gotta be kind of careful here. Okay, last noble is over there. By the way, if you've ever done the society quest for A Realm Reborn, you'll know that at the end of that quest line, well, really all the quest lines, there's a fairly funny event that plays out here in this location. Alright, I need 2 more of those imps. Alright, that's another difficulty level for the hunt log. We also hit level 22 with that, I believe. Okay, so Upper Lenosha, we cannot complete this. South Shroud we can do. We can do Western Thanalan. We can do South Shroud. Cannot do Lenosha. We can do North Shroud. Can do Southern Thanalan. Can do Eastern. Can do South Shroud. Can do South Shroud. And can't do Lenosha. So we will not be able to complete this page. Alright, let's return back to Ul'Dah. Let's see. Yeah, there it is. It had fallen all the way down to there. That's why I didn't see it. Okay. Mila! I knew I was right to send you, Ignores. You've done us proud. 7 hells, this place reeks of sweat. How do you expect a man to concentrate on his swordplay like this? Aldous! You remember me. How goes it, brother? Still waving your sword around like a feather duster? You! Good to see you too, Mila, my dear. You're more beautiful than I remember. You're alive! Where have you been all these years? Answer me! Me? Well, if you must know, I'm on a spiritual journey of self-discovery. Damn it, Aldous, this is serious. We all thought you were dead. And for you to walk in here as though nothing ever happened Have you forgotten how you dishonored us? I should cut you down where you stand. Oh, that's the Myla I remember. All fire and brimstone. I knew that pretty face could still contort itself into some terrifying shapes. Don't pout, girl. I'm just having fun. But as you wish, I'll go. Ignores, was it? Why don't you join me at the quicksand? I could use some company, and I doubt anyone else here would be so kind. To the quicksand we go! Oh, and that light means this is duty calls. Oh, you came. Sorry you had to witness that little reunion between me and Myla. The Sword of Nuld, back from the dead. You'd think I'd be greeted by throngs of adoring fans, not threats of violence. Listen, Ignores. You're good with a sword, that's plain to see. But more than that, you've got purpose. There's a fire burning within you. As a former man of conviction, I can recognize a kindred spirit. Geralt named her Frenzy. She's one of a magnificent pair of swords, the drunken prodigy forged for Colosseum champions. The man who wielded her twin had eyes that burned like yours. It's funny that they're even name-dropping Geralt right now when nobody would really even be knowing of their of what they do for relics. Ignores. The hells? Aldous, Sword of Nuld, we've come for your head. If you do that, then how the hells am I supposed to enjoy my ale? Arrogant fool, prepare to meet your maker. Well, ain't you a bunch of impatient, humorless fellas? Up for a bit of fun, Ignores? I'll lead, you follow. The best thing that we can do in this case is to just try to get as many as we can here. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like we can hit all four at the same time. I find it funny that most of their shots were basically going into the banister there. Oh, more over there. Looks like we almost got them down. There we go. Don't think he'd go so far as to send a gang of sellswords into the quicksand in broad daylight. Why is it never a bevy of beauties? Let's continue this another time, shall we? I need to find a new place to drink. One with more attractive company than this sorry lot. Alrighty. Let's head to the Aetherite. My apologies, Ignores. I meant to teach you a new technique earlier, but when that idiot arrived, I completely forgot. He's just so infuriating. The shield lob technique will allow you to attack from afar without the need for ranged weaponry. Since we gladiators are primarily close-range fighters, the ability to draw the attention of distant enemies is a valuable asset. May it serve you well in the field, Ignores. Okay, so we got a new sword as well as shield lob. And then, well, really with what's going on with the brand new set, I guess I should just go for the guild there. Alright, that's level 23. I'm gonna put Provoke over here. I don't expect I'm gonna need that. Teleport can go there. Interject, Shield Lob. And then Iron Will. Okay. Ignores, I'm glad you're here. One of our members has been attacked and gravely wounded, and I need you to go and help him. I suspect this is the work of more bounty hunters. It may even be a trap to lure more of us into the open. Nevertheless, we cannot ignore our comrade's plight. When last he contacted us by Link Pearl, he said he'd tried to seek shelter at the Coffer and Coffin. Take this potion and search for him there. Alright, Coffer and Coffin is in central Thanalan. Let's get our new sword on. And also, Hall of the Novice. You say that, but most tanks are gonna pull wall to wall these days. But then again, this is specifically for novices to the game. Alright, so we're gonna use Shield Lob to break away a chunk. Alright, duty complete. Alright, that one just gave us some experience there. And a little bit of gil, it looks like. Doesn't give me the list of what's, of how many I have to do. Alright, so we gotta pick up enemies as they come in. This seems like... Yeah, this seems like the perfect opportunity for total eclipse for the... really for the whole thing. Unless it's less than 3 enemies at a time. It should not take more than a single shield flop to grab enemy. Alright, that one's done. Alright, that gives us a new chess piece. Alright, and this is the final exercise. Hey, I actually made it to Lenosha! A shame I can't do anything here. Aside from this this one quest. Alright, next set. Alright, and a Gobu at the end. Stun him? Yes, we can. I meant to go for the shield bash, not the potion. Oh well. Come on, let me get over to the town there and pick up the Aetheryte. Alright. And that gives us a ring, which increases experience earned by 30% when level 30 and below. So we're currently level 23 here, so that'll actually be a nice thing to have. The only thing that we didn't get from that is a helmet, so we'll have to figure that out at some point. Alright, so we need to head for the coffer and coffin. There was nothing else. Yeah, no, that's it. Okay, Central Thanalan. And of course, it's the dead of night, which means we have no music. Is there a minimum level on this? No, that's level 1 required, so that's going to make all the other classes easier to level up. Help me, I can't feel my... Alright, here's a potent potion, approximately 14 times more effective than a normal potion. Which means it's less effective than a hyper potion. Thank you, brother. It all happened so fast. Over by the tracks to the north. I don't know who attacked me, nor why they left me alive, but I dare say the answer's out there. Surely someone saw something. Whoops, quick there. The fellow outside, I saw him stumble in when I left the bar to take a piss. Was alone, as I recall. You say he's wounded? Thought he was just drunk. Suspicious characters. Well, now that you mention it, I did see a strange fellow wearing a garish purple robe. At first, I thought he was talking to himself, but then I realized he had a link pearl. I heard him say something about the wrong man and the Silver Bazaar. Does that help? Looks like their troubles are not over yet there, over at the Silver Bazaar, then. Okay. And then back to the injured gladiator. Purple robe. That does sound... that sounds familiar. Aye, it was him. I'd swear it. Did you find anything else? A metal ring engraved with a scorpion, its tail poised, ready to strike. Picked this up by the tracks, eh? Might well have belonged to the bastard. Can't say I've seen its like before. Might be, as Wyman could tell you more. You know him, don't you? He's the bespectacled bloke who's always lounging around Emerald Avenue in the city. Of course, being the businessman that he is, he'll probably ask to be compensated in exchange. Show the ring to Wyman. He's sure to know something about it. Alright, we are going to return to Ul'Dah. Well now, if it ain't Ignores, everybody's favorite venturer. I hear you threw your lot in with the gladiators. A questionable decision, given the events of recent days, but to each his own. To what do I owe the pleasure? I need you to take a look at this ring. Oi, put that away before someone sees it. Where in the seven hells do you get one of those rings? What, don't you recognize the sigil? Goddamn fool. Before you go stumbling around in the brush, you ought to at least know what kind of venomous bastards will be lurking within. Been a long time since Ul'Dah's seen a criminal organization rise from obscurity to notoriety as quickly as the Ul'Dah. Word is they've got connections to the Brass Blades, the Syndicate, and God knows who's else. But you didn't hear that from me. I want no part of whatever mess you and your mates have gotten yourself into. Understood? Alright, let us speak with Mila. Oh, Ignores. I was wondering when you might return. What news do you bring of our injured comrade? He was attacked by a member of the Ul'Dah. The Ul'Dah? I find that hard to believe, but no matter. One of our comrades returned from Stone's Throw moments ago. A gang of bandits is said to be headed for the Silver Bazaar. They're after a man with an enormous bounty on his head. The people living there are in grave danger. In their frenzy to find their quarry, the bandits won't scruple to destroy property and harm civilians, and the few brass blades stationed there will be powerless to stop them. We must stop them, Ignores. We'll protect the Silver Bazaar and avenge our injured guildmate, all in one fell swoop. A bit melodramatic, if you ask me. Aldous, I told you never to come here again. I couldn't sit idly by while you charge into battle against an enemy you know nothing about, Mila. A responsible guildmaster would never risk the lives of her charges like this. Who are you to lecture me about responsibility? Mila, listen to me. This is the Alacran you're dealing with. So, whatever notoriety they may have achieved means nothing to me. We'll cut them down like the common bandits they are. It's not that simple. More importantly, it's not your fight. What are you saying? They want me, Mila. I've been fending off assassination attempts ever since I returned to Thanalan. Just stay here and let me handle this. It'll be over soon, I promise. Just stay here while you go off on your own. Is that it? It's been 7 years since I let you leave, Ul'Dah. 7 years. Do you have any idea? Any idea at all what you put me through? Mila, I don't want to hear it, you selfish bastard. Do you even care about the people who suffered because of you? Just get out. We don't need your help. We'll settle this ourselves. Mila, wait. There's something you need to know. Enough! Get out! Get out! Alright. Save some of that for the Alacran. But do try not to let ignores here come to harm while you're at it. Alright, so we need to head to the Silver Bazaar in Western Thanalan. Alright, and let's head to the Adventurer Guild. Because I wonder if the Silver Bazaar is actually an option here. Chocobo Porter. Indeed, so I can take a Chocobo over to the Silver Bazaar for 15 gil. I think that'll be worth it. Guess I might as well enable the mount music. And maybe the normal battle music as well. Okay, we have arrived. There you are, Ignores. Everyone's already in position. Are you prepared? Let's do it. Alright, so in this particular case, we're actually not in any particular rush to take these guys out. So, despite the training that we might have just gotten at the Hall of the Novice, I have no intention of targeting more than one of these enemies at a time. I've tried that in the past, in this quest, when I was leveling up way back, and that did not end well. I wish I could use Cure as a gladiator. Unfortunately, they took away cross-class abilities several expansions ago. Alright, duty complete. Rejoice, gladiators, for the day is ours! Hmm? What? But why would you be? Leave him to us, First Sword. No, stop! Such brittle blades, so easily broken. Perhaps the First Sword is made of stronger steel? Leave her, Zana. Our business here is over. What have you done, Livold? First Sword, we must withdraw. The wounded need tending. Let us take them back to the guild. Alright, and so with that, we need to make our way back to the Gladiators Guild, since we do not have return, and since I don't want to pay the teleport fees, which is 163 gil, we're going to take a chocobo back. Alright, to the Gladiators Guild we go! Give me a moment, Ignores. I need to think. I wanted to spare you this, Mila. I begged you not to go. You knew, Aldous? That Livold and I once fought side by side in the Colosseum. The Twin Swords of Naldthal, they called us. Never lost a match, honored by the Bull of Alamigo himself. But that was then, and this is now. When I learned Leovold single-handedly transformed the Alacran from a gang of common thieves into the most feared criminal organization in Thanalan, I knew I had to return. It seems like a lifetime ago that the three of us used to train together in this hall. The Leovold I knew would never stoop so low. He was a good man, strong and true. What would drive him to do this? When I find him, I'll be sure to ask. Unfortunately, he seems determined to kill me for my curiosity. What aren't you telling me, Ul'Dah? I'm not clever enough to keep secrets, my dear. I'm a simple man, only capable of dealing with what's right in front of me. Is that so? I'll find him, Mila. I promise. Alright, so... we've got a new sword and shield coming to us, and we're gonna go for the helmet, since that's the thing that's most out of date right now. And that's level 24 for us. Let's get this new gear on. Alright, and with that, I think that makes a good stopping point for the first day of this challenge. We still have a long way to go, even though technically we're almost halfway there in terms of levels. There's still a ton of experience we're going to need to get, and, you know, we still have to go, we still have Gridania we need to head to at some point, the Black Shroud, we have Coarthus, as well as Mordona, but given the experience that we're getting from all this, I mean... we'll have to see. I mean, it's possible. There could be enough quest experience to just carry us all the way to level 50, which would actually mean that this challenge ended up being a little easier than I thought. But hey, you know what? At least this is still a fun challenge as it is. And, you know, I'm not going to get the easy stuff. Close to home is still that first quest that you get from the MSQ, so... that's the real purpose of this, just seeing how far we can get without, you know, without turning in any of the MSQ. So, we'll see. Anyway, that's going to do it for me today. Thank you for tuning in. This is PrinceBrightstar signing off. I'll catch you next time. Oh, and just for reference, playtime... 4 hours, 25 minutes. I'll catch you next time, everyone.